Hello, Mal. How's it going? Who is Analog? Is that you, Mal? I don't think you've ever come on under anything but Mal before that I can recall. Hello. I don't hear anything. Although I need to check and be sure that's not me. Nope, my audio is fine. Sometimes these new headphones have to be replugged in. You're fine. I'm in no massive hurry or anything. I'd help you if I knew what was going on, or try to anyway. I remember last time you had this issue, and I remember saying that the problem is that you tried numerous things and then you wouldn't know exactly what it was that fixed it. Because I've had that problem before. I heard something briefly, very briefly. I don't either, honestly. I generally don't socialize except for on this. And it's like once a week for a brief period of time. Sometimes I even have to skip a week. I tend to get like that whenever I've lived with someone for a long period of time. As most of you know, I'm kind of allergic to small talk in general. So it's like if there's like something like if there's like something specific or like important or something going on, then like I'm all about it. But like some people have like this automatic, like, I don't know what it is. They just want to be polite, or they feel like it's like a social obligation of some kind, like an unwritten rule. And like, I don't know. I just don't like it. It's illogical to me. Yeah, that's annoying. Yeah, most of the time that's what it is. It's just like, hey, what's up? And like, I don't mind that as a conversation starter, but you can just tell when it's like a forced thing. It's like a just because they happen to see me type thing. And I just hate that. Like, just don't say anything. Like, if you don't want to, if you don't have something to talk about, or like, it's fine if you just want to say, hey, that's fine. But I can tell when it's just like fake. And in my experience, it's like a majority of the time with just people in general that you run into. I don't like it. Yeah, I do that, but I actually mean it. It's like a genuine thing. And I'm actually curious, like how they're doing. I irritate people, even like customers at work, because I'm pretty honest. If I'm having a rough day, then I usually don't say I'm having an absolute shit day, but I do say, like, it's been better. How about yourself? And they're like, why so negative? And I'm like, it's not negative, it's reality. Like, negative implies that, like, you're there's like a subjective experience behind what you're saying that's tainting like your reality or something, and that's not usually the case. It's usually just you're having a rough day. It's an objective thing. I mean, it's subjective that you're dealing with it, but the fact that you personally are having a rough day is objective. Yeah, and a lot of chat type people disagree with me quite a bit on it, and they think that chat people aren't people, and I'm like, that's bullshit. Like, do you think that they're all fucking AI bots or some shit? Just because someone's online doesn't mean they're not human. There's still a person behind there. Yeah, that's my general approach to humans. That's why I'm not a big people person. I'm sort of a misanthrope. I think people do this thing where they like it's like out of sight, out of mind. It's like you can't see them, and like unless you're on like panel or something, you don't even hear them or anything. So it's like they they take them and turn them into like I don't know, like way lesser versions of what they're actually dealing with. Like they don't even try to look behind it or like they treat it differently than they would if it was a person in person telling them the exact same thing. And it's so weird to me because I don't know, it's just strange. The strange thing is you can have people that don't like people that are the most humanistic people on the planet. Like they're it's hard to explain. It seems almost like a contradiction. I don't know about your brother though. I've never met him. For me, I don't necessarily hate people in general. I just have a very how do I put it? Very little tolerance. It has to be in like short bursts. I'm sort of a hermit and I like it that way. I have to recharge after social interaction. I've always been that way. But the person I'm talking to changes a lot. Like some people I can talk to for a long period of time and be okay. Giving it another try. Haven't heard anything yet. Yeah, occasionally I'll be in the mood, but it's not common. Almost always I prefer an actual conversation because I think people in general don't realize how little of actual communication is verbal. It's like tiny, minuscule. Almost all of it is vocal tone, body language, physiognomy. I can
No,
hear
no good.
I can hear you.
You got me now?
Yep, I got you now.
Oh, shit. Must remember volume control.
Volume control? That's
And
actually what it was.
note to self, turn it up.
how did
Hey,
it how did it get so low?
I don't talk. You know, I just don't. Um, I just don't talk online. It's as simple as that.
Oh, okay.
I'm not one of you professional types. I just don't. No.
I wouldn't consider myself a
Um,
professional, but yeah, it's just dabbling. It's like a little
I
hobby.
this well a while ago now. I bought this microphone. You plug it in. It's got the microphone and you plug your headphones into it. So it cost me £60, which is a lot for me. Right?
That's a lot for just, I mean, it doesn't
For just
matter.
like once a week to talk to somebody like yourself. You know,
Yeah, like
that's it.
I
You know?
wouldn't even put it in terms of like for you, meaning your income. I would put it in terms of like for the item itself. That's expensive for
Yes, yeah.
what you got. Yeah.
For what I need. Yeah, 60.
Yeah.
It's okay. I forgot what it's called. It's like Moano or something like that. Like it's okay.
It
That's
must
why.
be pretty
That's what I mean.
decently made. That's probably why you got charged a little bit more. And by the way, it does your audio is much better than in the past. So
A pigeon would have been better than that. Tied a fucking message to his leg. Yeah.
but sometimes it's hard to tell
See,
the
I'm
reason.
fucking shit. See, I'm on tablets and my brain is fucked. I had a couple of questions for you, which is why I turned up. Um, now I heard this might make you smile a bit. I heard like a live chat on YouTube
Mhm.
between a physicist. He's a decent guy. He knows his stuff, but and his thing was he was interviewing and talking to the MAGA guys,
Mhm.
huh? Which might make you perk up one eyebrow anyway, you know. Um, it was fucking. I can see your point now. The
About what?
guy, well, the MAGA guy he talked fine. He was cool. He was pleasant. He was calm. He was putting his points across. He was this and other. He was sick of shit. I was fucking laughing. I
Yep.
was just absolute. This physicist. I mean, the guy's a physicist. He's not a politician, you know.
Mhm.
And he's absolutely wrecking this. And the guy is having to admit points. Yeah, I'll admit that. But to be fair to him, he was admitting the points and moving on. But
That's rare.
he wasn't changing his stance. Make
Yes,
no mistake about that.
because again, they don't. That
I
reality
th-
is not important to them. What is
yeah,
true does not matter.
no, I think him conceding points and moving on to the next point was a way of moving on to the next point.
Yes, but
You know what I mean?
the thing what you're saying is they concede the point, but they don't learn. They don't go, "Oh, I was wrong. Let me change my worldview." They just it's so
No. I
weird.
was wrong. Let's change the point.
Exactly, because to them it's like I want to win. I want
Yeah.
to take my worldview and show
He
you that
was.
I'm right. That's
And to be fair to this guy, physicist, he seemed to know his stuff. I'm not American, but he seemed to know his stuff, you know. And he was just absolutely destroying the guy. And the guy sat there. He must have been there nearly an hour, just getting owned, and it didn't matter to him. He came for the conversation, you
yeah.
know, and the argument. And he was, as I say, he didn't start calling names and shit like that. There was none of that stuff. It was just a back and forth and a back and forth, you know. But he just
Interesting.
got owned.
He sounds like a sound like I'd be curious to see that. That's a rare
Right.
occurrence.
That's a Dr. Blitz on YouTube.
Okay.
Putting up, you know, about MAGA. Right?
All right. That's
Um,
interesting.
if you're against MAGA, you know, don't join the conversation because he won't talk to you. He only wants people who disagree. He
Of
does the
course.
same thing with religion. He does the same thing there, right?
Right.
If do you believe in God? If you do, don't fucking bother me. I only want people who don't. You know, and
Right.
he's a smart guy. This one, hey, he's good. Like, and he's got a couple of mates who turn up sometimes to keep things. There's a mate of his turns up who is a real expert, not just on the Bible, but on the language, the meaning of the language, the words that oh my God, this guy is right into it, right? When it comes to that scripture stuff, you don't argue with this fucker. He just rip you a new one and explain why he did it, you know, in very polite language.
Interesting.
Yeah, he knows like they know Arabic and Aramaic or all that stuff.
Right.
Judeo languages and what the words mean, and oh my God, they're good.
I've
Yeah,
thought about it in the past, getting into that and like learning all the language and stuff, but then I decided it would be going too far because you're giving it too much credit the moment you even start digging. Like, one, you have to give some semblance of credence to a religious text before you decide that you're going to learn the original language. So let's say you learn the
I
original language and you start debating a specific like transcripts or like scripture and how it's translated and stuff like that.
yeah, yeah.
You don't even need to go there because there's literally not one logical reason to think that this text is anything but a fictional account written by
yeah,
men.
I agree. I think that the people he talks with are students of all religions rather than just one of, these are religious
Oh, that's
um
a whole different thing. Like if
archaeologists,
oh,
etc.
got
Blah
you,
blah
got
blah
you.
blah
So
blah
that's
blah.
like their field.
Yeah. They are top.
Okay.
They
I
know what they're doing.
completely understand
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I just don't
Right.
see why someone like me, that it's not like their job or their field,
I
why they
agree.
would go into that
Yeah,
like
I
you don't
agree. Yeah.
need to go there
No,
because you it's
no,
yeah,
no.
it's kind of pointless to me.
I completely agree. I mean, I could see what the fucking pile. What's the point?
But it is
Jeez.
interesting to
To those people,
listen to the
yes,
experts and
because
have
they
them defeat
know.
it.
Yeah, they do know the religion of Judaism and well, like Buddhism and all the ones, Mormonism, everything. They know all that stuff, and they
Right.
know the language and where it comes from, what it all means. And oh my God, they're so good. You can't fuck with these people. They just go, no, I don't think so, because this is why, and they will show you why. And
Hmm.
people on the other end don't get it. They start calling names, then, don't they? The
Of
sad one. The
course.
sad ones call names, but this guy wasn't calling names. He was trying to have a proper discussion about it. Now,
Right.
and a little further, this evening I came across a little thing. It only had a few thousand people. There was a few hundred people watching, and they were having a discussion on, is evolution true?
Hmm.
And this guy has turned up. He's obviously anti-evolution, and he's religious. He's a god, uh, you know, nutter.
Yeah.
And and he's there. Right? And after a little while, you could tell, and the host who would set it up to discuss, is evolution true? Right. That was
Mhm.
3 words. That's in the title of the discussion. Is evolution true? They're not discussing anything else. Right. This
Right.
guy turned up, didn't have a clue what the discussion was about. Yeah, he's on about it's the Big Bang, this and the blokes go, whoa, wait a minute, and the comments. This is what got me. I actually posted a couple of comments, and this is a rare thing for me to do. But the comments were reeling down, as they do in these chat things. And I typed, I don't think I have ever seen in a discussion between two people, even though the religious guy just didn't have a clue what the topic was about, even, because that's what they do, innit? And then they move the goalposts and they go, yeah, but it's about this. No, it's not. This is the topic,
Hmm.
Yeah, but if you do that, we have to talk about this. No, we don't. You know, but they do, because that's all they can do. Right. So, but in the chat thing, I actually typed in, I don't think I have ever read so many comments that were so willfully or ignorantly talking complete bollocks as I have in this stream. I have never have about this topic. I never, and I actually typed it in and I posted it. And a
Some
couple of them tried to argue with me, so they got a new one.
sometimes I
Oh,
find, not always, but sometimes I find comments more interesting than the content itself. And you can usually tell just by the title whether or not the comments are going to be good or not.
well, the comments are always good in those kind of streams, But
Mm.
I don't usually comment. I just call in, I watch it for 5, 10 minutes, I read the comments, I laugh, and I leave, But
Hmm.
it's such oh my God, yeah. Evolution is bollocks. That was it. Is evolution true? That was all he asked.
Honestly, it depends on how it was presented. But if it was presented as evolution is false and that's the name of the title, I would not even click on the video because
No, no,
it's
no.
not up for debate. It's a
It's just no,
factual
no,
thing.
no.
Like
The question was 3 words. Is evolution true? and the amount of people who couldn't even give an answer to the question. It was always the same. It's like the guy he had a guy up there, right? And he had a moderator, okay? Well, actually, the moderator was running the stream. This woman, I've forgotten her name now. Um, and there was Fight the Flat Earth. This guy is called, and he was there. And there was this other guy there, and I've forgotten his name because, well, he's basically irrelevant now. Just yeah, he didn't even understand the question. I don't think. I really don't.
That
They
happens a lot.
they start talking about the Big Bang and abiogenesis, and I think nothing to do with it. Irrelevant. I just don't. Yeah, and they don't. Oh my God! It went
So
on.
that's what they do when they're trying to straw man. And so
Yes. Yeah.
they
Yeah.
can't defend the actual point that's being discussed because they don't know shit about it, or they're usually that's what it is. So
Yeah.
what they do is they go, hey, my enemy is atheist. And an atheist would ask this question. So I'm going to attack a fake version that no atheist I've personally ever heard of says, and then I've got to win. That's
See,
that's their tactic.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. It's just bonkers. But this Fight the Flat Earth guy, Godwin. See, you missed it now. Analog was here earlier. This Fight the Flat Earth guy kept bringing it up. He said, "Look," he said, "why are you in this debate?" There was only the two of them on the screen and the moderator at the bottom. "Why are you in this debate?" He said, "You don't. You're not debating the question. Is evolution true?" That's all it. That's all the question was.
Yeah.
Well, this went on for about. It must have been about 45 minutes. I missed you turning up, as it happens, because of it. Because I was watching it. It was so funny. Just, I cannot understand. I can't understand that mentality. I really, really, really can't. I can't understand the mentality that says, no, this is not true because it's a load of bollocks and it's all theory and it's all guesswork and this and that and the other. And they definitely haven't looked into it or they wouldn't be saying that, right?
Yeah.
So I can't understand that mentality. It just does not compute in my head. And my head's fucked. I'm on tablets. Right?
I think I kind of understand.
Yeah.
I wish I didn't. Like, it's similar to, like, at least in my head, it's similar to MAGA people, and I roughly link MAGA people into three generalized categories. This isn't all inclusive, but it's rough. So that you've got extremely ignorant people who are just stupid. You've got people who are wealthy that don't believe most of what they're saying and they don't care about that. They like MAGA because MAGA enriches them and makes them better off.
Yeah, but I know I've heard this argument before, and I've heard it from you and your rebuttals to it. Now, this is what this physicist guy was doing to the MAGA guy. Now, the MAGA guy was well spoken and reasonable, etc., but he was just having none of it. And this physicist guy was Doctor. Oh fuck, I forgot his name now. But he's just explaining all the political things and this. Well, what about this? What about all the anti-science stuff where he's closing all the science people down? They got no funding, blah blah blah, and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
And this bloke was talking about, well, we've got all these things in Europe, like military bases, because we are supporting and propping up Europe. And the physics guy said, no. He said, we're there to show how powerful we are. That's what the American bases are for. They're not there to support Europe. Europe doesn't need us. And he said, think of all the benefits we get because of all this. Yeah, the guy didn't have a clue.
That guy sounds like
He sounded like a decent guy. He just didn't have a clue.
That I think is the third category. It's not complete stupidity. It's people who are emotional thinkers. Now, they can get there in several ways. One, they're indoctrinated from early adulthood or like as a child, and their family members were like MAGA adjacent. MAGA didn't exist probably when they were children, but like the roots, the foundation of MAGA was kind of pushed onto them. Or
Hmm.
They're emotional about something inside of MAGA or inside of religion or whatever the topic is. And that emotion is more important to them than logic or reality.
But the president now, this I'm looking at this from an outsider now. The president's rating is tanking. It's going down quicker than a whore at a fucking bachelor party, right?
Yeah.
So, right. So, you've also got the fuel costs are going up. People are moaning about the fuel, and the economy's fucking tanking,
Mm-hmm.
and which was what he was voted in for in the first place, was to fix the economy.
Yes.
Apparently, I'm not like, I'm just looking on the surface. I'm not
And
American.
yes, there were a surprising number of independent type people that weren't members of his cult that simply took him at his word, and they thought, this guy's not a politician. He's not going to tell us shit and like not follow through like all the politicians do. So they're like, he's a business guy. Now, what I don't get is why the fuck would someone think a businessman is any better than a politician? Why would you think
I
that?
would prefer a politician
I
like
would too.
without I don't know, but I would have said when they were running and stuff like this, that Hillary Clinton would have made a better president than him, because she is at least a politician. I don't know what you know
Yeah,
about her or in the
I've said the
background or whatever.
same thing,
No?
and I start by saying, because people will take me the wrong way and go, "Oh, you're a Hillary supporter." I do not like Hillary Clinton, and I think she's
Mm.
evil. But
Oh, okay.
but she's a politician, and
Yeah, definitely. So, yeah.
she knows that she has to serve her base to
Yeah.
a certain extent and give
That's,
them something, otherwise she can't hold power.
yeah.
So I do think things would have been way better under Hillary Clinton. However, I don't know what it's impossible to go back in time and, hey, what would things have turned out like if Hillary Clinton had won? I
Mm.
know that
You
she's a
can't.
warmonger.
Mm.
She's a warmonger,
All right. I
but
didn't
I
know that.
don't know that she was more of a warmonger than Trump. I don't think Hillary
Is she
Clinton
more
would
of a
have.
warmonger than Bush?
I don't. No, no. But
Well,
for a
okay.
Democrat, she's
Was
a
Attila
warmonger.
the Hun a bigger warmonger than Bush? Was that easier?
Say that again.
Was Attila the Hun a more of a warmonger than Bush?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not biased by being American.
It's a scale, yeah.
Yeah, but like
As
Hillary
usual.
Clinton is not a good person, I will say that. And
Right.
for the left, for a Democrat,
Mm.
she's a warmonger. I'll say that. But
Oh,
like
right.
if you're
I didn't know that.
comparing to like I don't think she would have done what Trump. She would never have in a million years like threatened to fucking annex Greenland and attack fucking Canada, which is like our biggest fucking ally.
Oh, mental. That's not well.
It's
You
fucking
can't do
crazy.
that, man.
It's
Yeah.
fucking crazy, and I
I
don't
would have
understand
a
it.
right. You being American, okay. I just sorry if I'm just skipping a couple of steps, but you being American, um, what is it about Trump that? Of course, I know about milking ducks. Sure, I'm Welsh. Fuck's sake. Do you know about sheep shagging? Right. So Trump's whole thing seems to be like he does something and then he goes, no, we're not going to do it. He says something, then he goes, no, we're not going to do it. Then he says something that reverses that. You know?
Yep.
You know that kind of thing?
So I called this early, long time ago when he was running in his first campaign, before his first term. He says everything. And for some reason, dumb people have a habit of latching on to the thing that he says that they like. And they go, I'm behind him because he said that. And then I point out, he said the opposite too, dumbass. And they're like, no, he didn't mean that. He means what
He does
I
it all the
like.
time, every day.
Yeah, I know.
I don't
People
understand
don't,
it. It's
and
weird.
I think it's a tactic, honestly. Like, one, he's not that intelligent, and I think he has more
But
intelligent people
surely
helping him.
the guys on the other end can see through this. The Iranian guys, for example, they're not thick. They might be. I don't agree with the Iranian regime. I think it's horrible, but they're not stupid. You know, they're not idiots.
Yes, that's true. And like most countries around the world try to put like they try to care about your fucking skill set when they give you like a big position, like especially like your cabinet or whatever. I hate to say
A
this,
millionaire game host is not going to cut it, is it?
that's kind of what I was about to say. I hate to say this, but like we're one of the only exceptions.
I
We
agree with
fucking
that.
put on our fucking person over all health shit in the entire United States is a fucking conspiracy theorist idiot that had brain worms. Like,
What
the fuck?
did you ever see Don't Look Up?
No.
Yes.
You
I
should
watched
watch
it because
that, Charles.
yeah.
Like,
What is it about?
Oh,
great.
it's
It's
oh,
great.
I can't think of the name now for it. It's like where you make fun of something, but in like a serious
Satire.
manner. Yeah, that's it. It's a satirical film about there's an asteroid gonna hit Earth, but eventually the president's like, "Don't look up. If you don't look up, you can't see it," and all this shit. And it has like the whole cabinet's like paid off. They're like NASA is some woman that donated the most money to her campaign, so she got to be head of NASA and all this shit. Like, it just the whole corruption. Like, there's a guy supposed to be like Tim App, the CEO of Apple. And he's acting all weird, like he controls the whole government and everything.
It's got a wheelbarrow full of stars in it.
Oh,
Damn.
yeah. Yeah, Bianca got me to watch that one. That's how she got me to actually watch Netflix.
Oh, it's Jennifer Lawrence and DiCaprio and
I like Jennifer Lawrence.
Meryl Streep. And,
I didn't know it had all those stars.
Oh, Meryl Streep's nude. If you go all the way to the very end after the credits, it has a scene it plays, and Meryl Streep's there nude. But it's funny what happens to her. Well, the whole freaking crew's freaking nude.
Yeah. Oh, it's a good one to watch. Yeah.
It sounds like one of those things where it's like pure fiction, but then you compare it to reality, and it's like, holy shit, that's very close to what we're dealing with.
The scenario is fiction,
basically, but
there you go. Yeah. The scenario is fiction, but the attitudes are things you're thinking, whoa, that's a bit close.
I would like to say more, but you haven't seen it. Like, there's things that are so point on with how our society works versus how it should work.
Yeah, it's very clever, I think.
You said it's called Don't Look Up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely worth a look, in my opinion, anyway. Yeah, and obviously in Godwin's. Yeah.
Godwin, do you remember how long it is? Is it like a 3 hour?
It's your normal film,
Okay, just a typical. Okay, cool. I'll probably watch it soon.
I would.
Yes.
And as for Godwin, Mal knowing a lot about sheep hagging, I don't know a lot about sheep hagging. I only know a few sheep.
Yeah.
Nah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that MAGA one was very strange. Yeah, I just, but what I was talking about that MAGA thing earlier on, that really did point me, because this guy seemed so he was coherent, That was the bit that got me about your opinion of them.
Well, that's why I just laid out the 3 rough archetype, because they're not all the one that I tend to spend the most attention on. There's roughly 3 different variants, roughly. And that guy sounded like it wasn't just pure stupidity. It was more about being an emotional thinker, and that's where most of his attention is put. And that
is it indoctrination from a kid's or the area you live in, perhaps in America, or willful ignorance? I don't know.
Some of it, but it's like a very broad thing, because I call it like emotional thinking, which covers a lot of ground. That could be indoctrination, like you just mentioned.
Well, heavy lifting,
or that could be they simply are emotional thinkers, and that reality is not important. What matters is their ideology and what they care about, their values.
But can you get that in such a calm discussion?
Yes. In fact, you can get
talking like you're talking.
This I know, that's what I was about to say. This sounds crazy, but I've met them, and they're few and far between, but they exist. They're people that have the knowledge, the general makeup of like being good at debate, understanding philosophy, psychology, and things like that. Yet they have this other side, and that's why I link it to the emotional thinking. It's because they have all of that as like their I don't know, the building blocks of part of their being. But they also have that, they have certain values or ideology that's more important than the truth. And when that happens, they like, oftentimes these intelligent types, they will use like kind of like Jordan Peterson. He's obviously an intelligent guy. He's
of course,
he's crazy, but he has sort of a detachment from reality.
If you narrowed his field really down, it's superb. Yeah, he's probably very good at what he does.
Yes, but the problem is he's one of the people that I talk. It's funny because he himself says that he hates ideologues. He is more of an ideologue than anyone I've ever met because his values are so important to him that like he will change reality. He'll use mental gymnastics in his own head to alter reality to fit what he wants to be true.
I would have to say, if I was in conversation with Peterson, even though looking on videos and chats and interviews and arguments and podcasts and things, that he is like that. I would not want to be in an argument with.
Huh? He's from the Andy stream.
Andy's? Oh, so he's someone you know?
He's pretty regular. Yeah, he helped him out a lot, like try to get his shit sorted out and stuff.
What up?
Yeah. How's it going?
Crazy American.
How's it going, man? Yeah, I'm crazy American.
I've been said all.
Florida man.
I was in your stream one time, man. Atheist. Sorry to cut you off, Mel.
No, it's all right.
Or Mal.
Fuck
Sorry,
me.
I put Mel in the fucking chat.
Fuck
Mal.
me, you gives a shit. No.
No, we don't want to, man. Stop offering it. Every
I
time I
know.
talk to you, offer that shit, man. I'm not into it. Every time I talk to him, he goes, "Fuck me." I'm like, no.
Oh, I know. Godwin tells me to shut the fuck up. I can't win.
I just usually say he's waffling on.
Yeah. Who wants to listen to you waffling on?
And unfortunately, now we have to hear your voice in high quality, which I'm not
Well,
very happy
better
with.
quality. Yeah. See, I forgot what I was going to say now. It was really, really important as well.
I
That's what I do
get
best, man.
I get distracted so easily. I don't even know what we were talking about. Like,
Oh, yes. Jordan Peterson.
yeah,
You were saying
yeah.
about he's an idealist and
He's an ideologue, even
No,
though he
weird.
himself talks shit about ideologues, but he's
Yeah,
the
but he's
perfect like description of
good.
what he hates.
But he's so good at this mental and word gymnastics stuff. He's very good with words. I would, even if I'm factually correct, I wouldn't want to be sitting in front of him, in front of an audience, arguing with him because
I honestly think I could defeat him. I think that I could. You
Oh, you
could.
can
The way to defeat Jordan Peterson is to in detail describe what he's doing, the tactics that he's using,
yes,
and
well, I
why
can't
he's
do that.
trying to do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then it falls apart because they don't work anymore.
Yeah, I couldn't do that. I'm not that
Yeah,
good.
he's like straw man and like projection and all his stupid
And
shit.
But the
what he
word
does
play
is
is very clever.
Exactly. He makes a statement while seemingly not making a statement because he'll have back doors in his wording and then when
And
you
he
call
knows
him
it.
out, call him out, he'll go, "That's not what I said,"
That's
because
right.
he's very general in what he says.
Yeah. Who's the other one, like a fast talker with a little? He's got a bit of a
Ben
tomato in his head.
Shapiro.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
I'm gonna mind about stuff really fast, and I'm gonna talk like this, so you can't really understand what I'm saying. But I'm gonna go
So
through a million.
he has a different tactic. That's what I literally call that the Ben Shapiro, and that's a tactic to where you try to talk quickly so that the person can't gather all the information that you just said.
That's
and
correct,
it makes you look stupid. And two, you can over talk someone and it makes you like emotionally feel like by the audience to have won when that's not necessarily the case.
I think it's like you said, it's a blocking thing to stop people picking up enough information to fire back. Unless you're like a professional type of debater in that situation. If you got somebody like that Matt Dillahanty is good at that.
Yeah.
He'll take all the information and he doesn't give a fuck what you say, and he will
What's
give
funny-
something back. You know.
With
I
Ben
couldn't do
Shapiro,
that.
he comes from 2 liberal parents that worked in Hollywood. Like, so he got like the
All right.
perfect liberal life where everything was taken care of for him, and
Mm.
now he's some reason this pissed off, angry little man that's all right wing.
Hey, how do you pronounce your name? Is it Trobe or Trob?
Trob.
Trob.
It doesn't matter though. I can. I've been called both.
Or
Can I call you Trob the snob because of that pipe?
Yes, you could call
Yeah.
me dickhead, bald
He does-
ginger
he
guy.
doesn't care.
Like
Yeah.
I don't mind at all. Whatever you
Yeah.
want to call me.
Yeah, you're fucking blinding me, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a good glare coming off that son of a bitch.
A lot of it's because I use this
That
like
thing has a
backlight.
mother. Yeah, you just reminded me with that pipe. Like I told you, just brought like a memory, dude. I once bought a pipe and I was smoking tobacco out of it, fucking, and I totally forgot about that shit until I saw you light that shit up.
I used to smoke cigarettes and then I moved to cigars, and then I love cigars, but holy fuck is it expensive. So then I moved to like the middleman, and to me that's pipe smoking, and it's a way
Yes.
cheaper.
Smoking
Well,
is
you-
expensive, and he lives in North Carolina, like the cheapest place to buy cigarettes. in the
That is
United
true.
States.
That is true that we have the cheapest tobacco, but cigars are a whole different thing, and they don't make not good cigars in North Carolina. The tobacco is entirely different. Like it's
Not a lot of Cubans over there.
no.
Oh man, I was thinking those were going to come in. Well, they started to because Obama lifted the embargo on Cuba before he left office, and the first thing Trump did was slap
back in
that
the
fucking embargo right back on him.
Yep, and I was not happy. Luckily, though, the seed for the Cuban, like I don't know what it's called, the type of
Tobacco
tobacco. Yeah, the specific type that they use that is so great. The
Strain.
seed has already moved, and we have the exact same shit in similar environments. I think like Guatemala and shit is making them and like not charging quite as much. But no matter what you do, it's going to be expensive because if you want good cigars, they're hand rolled, and
Well, it's
there's no
family
skipping
farm
that.
grown, and then it's
Yeah.
hand rolled, and then shipped all the way from wherever. Which is funny, is because tobacco came from America. Like, think of all of history. Nobody was smoking tobacco up until like the 1500s.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was the big thing that made America money.
Oh yeah, that's the
It's selling tobacco.
There's a good question, Mal. Is your name short for Malcolm or Mallory?
Malediction.
Mal has gone away.
He'd probably fapping one out quick.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, of course. Right when I get in here, he has to go rub one out. Of course, fucking. Mal.
It's
I'm
like
curious
that.
as well. I mean, what is what kind of names start with Mal in England typically? Malcolm, maybe.
Yeah.
I think Wesley Curry is like one of those really hardcore types, or it's a troll one.
I was reading that.
I was wondering if he was that guy came on here before, the Christian guy.
The one that Odd was wanting to debate.
I can't remember exactly what he got on. He's real cocky.
We need to get Audie in here.
Who are you,
Well, Sam,
sunshine emoji person?
He's my pasture, man. I invited him.
Are you being serious?
No, I'm totally joking.
Okay. I generally, I usually. Oh, you're talking about Wesley Curry.
Yeah,
I'm talking about someone in the back end that wants to be allowed on stage, and I have a rule. I don't just randomly pop people up. In fact, not long ago I did that, and it did not end well.
Yeah, I know Mal, Lord. I know I know fucking Audie.
Oh, that's JT.
Yeah, that's what I said. How's it going?
Oh fuck.
He's not MAGA. It could be worse.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Hey, Trob,
I'd
have
say
you,
I'm pretty fucking neutral. I don't get that.
Trob,
Well, Audie is-
do you know who Barnacles is?
No.
Nah.
So he's an ex Microsoft like developer, and he got canned or whatever because they had a massive like shutdown of one of the departments. But he's super anti MAGA and fucking preaches that shit fucking like constantly. He's also very against Elon Musk and all that. Yeah, you'd like the guy.
Sounds like it. Sounds like he's right up my alley.
He's also an atheist. So, well, what's interesting is his wife is Christian, but they get along. Interesting.
I've sort of had that dynamic once, but I think it depends on the personality of the person in question.
Yeah, of course.
So me, it's too a part of who I am. I cannot be a significant other with a religious person. It's just I've tried it, and we constantly headbutt. Even if we try not to, it's going to come up because like that's who I am. I talk about it constantly.
What if she has the ass of an angel?
I'm honestly, I'm not very aesthetically driven. I don't care so much about that. So that will not be a saving grace.
Oh, good. Well, I made a pun and he made a pun. Listen to that.
It would help.
It's nice, but it's not enough to hold a relationship together.
Right.
If you take the mark of the beast, those ashes shall be made flesh by Jesus. Great scabs that itch shall appear on your faces and loins. They shall itch day and night. Yeah, see, fucking religious people sound nuts.
I almost want to say that the guy's trolling for effect right now.
That's what earlier
maybe.
I said that it was one of the two. Either he is a fundamentalist crazy person or he might be trolling.
Honestly, I'm really leaning towards the second.
In that case, yeah.
Why did he put $32,523 shall fail?
Because he's trolling, obviously.
Well, he doesn't.
Is
even
it obvious?
What the market.
I think. I mean, to me, it is, but maybe not.
Well, I'm stupid, so that's why.
I don't have a clue.
Mama Dingo, I got called Christian Phallus when I went to the mosque.
I could see why you would lean in that direction, but the only I'm staying neutral because I've met some really fucking crazy fundamentalist people.
Oh no, don't get me wrong, of course, definitely, but just there's little tells that I'm getting from him that tells me that he's trolling, like the dollar sign, for instance.
maybe.
No, he's probably doing text to speech, bro, and put a dollar sign. It does that.
You may be right. That's actually a valid point. The specific dollar amount and shit. But
text to speech does that. Like,
I mean, honestly, these days, I mean, I think you're safe. I think you're safe to. I don't like to assume, but I think you're safe to assume that a lot of these people are trolling when they come on.
Yeah, this new comment definitely trolling.
Come on, like, come on. Come on now.
Lunatics, that's a fucking college word. Or is that lunatics?
What's he saying? The amount each person publicly joining Satan's church shall receive a magic computer money, taking the mark of this dude's trolling.
Yeah,
either that or he's some fucking lunatic that's has Wi-Fi access or something.
That's the hard part. That you can't really discern the difference.
Real.
Whatever it is.
Like that bullshit Christian.
The one thing that I have to put out is that a lot of people like to think that sanity and intelligence are on the same. They're not. I've met people who are fucking geniuses who are completely detached from reality. And just saying.
I'm not sure where you go with that, but I don't think this guy's one of those.
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying, in general, I think a lot of people try to conflate those two things as if they're one and the same.
A bit. Geniuses just see the world differently.
Did you ever see the Professor?
Not detached from it.
That's a good one.
No.
I wasn't talking about all geniuses in general. I was talking about exactly, meaning that they're not mutually exclusive. They're not that you can't conflate intelligence and sanity, because it actually research shows that the higher a person's IQ, the more likely they are to experience mental illness.
That makes sense.
There's more tools for their brain to use
That makes sense.
against them in a way. Like
thinking too much is a big problem with mental health. Like I think too much. I have severe OCD. So
yes.
I think in general, for somebody like myself, I just need to look at the art world, like musicians and painters, and it all shows up there. They're fucking mental.
Well, you're not going to have a good artist, a good writer, a good anything really, unless they've gone through some hard
unless
shit.
they're emotionally fucked up.
Yeah, look at Edgar Allan Poe.
The tortured artist is a saying. Like
Edgar Allan
you
Poe,
have
man.
to get.
It's a reality.
Poe is one of my heroes. He's fucking great.
Someone's knocking at my chamber door.
That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, I love his stuff, dude. I used to read his poems when I was like younger, and I would try to like turn them into like lyrics or like music.
I got no time for poetry at all. None. If you got something to say, look,
man, listen, bro.
Listen now.
Why are you even chiming in on this?
Because I'm right. Because I'm right.
You're left.
There are a couple of topics that Mal feels strongly about. If you even like mention like eugenics or anything, there's certain topics, and he will jump in immediately, like in mid sentence. You're not even done talking.
Oh, you don't get to finish with that shit. Listen,
hey, Mal, you never answered our question, bro. What's what's it short for? Mallory or Malcolm or what?
Malcontent.
It's Malcolm.
Malcolm, yes.
Wait, Malcolm. Why do you have to stop that so hard?
Hey,
okay.
You know why?
No, I don't.
Listen. I wandered lonely as a cloud. Have you ever met a lonely fucking cloud? No, it's bollocks.
Yeah, it's called a Nimbus cloud.
Oh, got him.
Stroll on.
The cloud man.
Wait, you don't know your clouds?
Yeah, you don't know your fucking
cumulus.
I know, man. Yeah,
cumulus.
Yeah. Cirrus. Yeah, Cirrus. All them ones. Yeah, never a lonely one. No. No.
He never met a lonely one. He's always up there. That's why he knows it.
All the clouds I've seen have always had another one around the place, so they're never lonely.
Mal with his head in the heavens all the time.
No, the things I got. No, I just interrupt and go. No, bollocks. And then you have to show me why I'm not.
Show you.
Right.
We're gonna tell you, motherfucker. Listen here.
I mean, why paint a little wren or a little, what do you call them? Little birds, any sort of little bird.
I think the answer is simple. You won't like it, but it's meaning. Some people, like, it's entirely subjective. Some people's brains are wired toward creativity more than others. Like, I am very literal. I'm more like you. And in fact, I hate puns. There's all sorts of things about
me. We hate you.
Thank you. But
Ginger, he's used to it.
It's an entirely different like way of viewing things, and they find meaning in it. And meaning is subjective by its very nature. So you can't really change it. Like
I have no problem with people painting pictures of little birdies really, really accurately. I just think it's insane because we got cameras now.
Probs, I'd see you more as a minister.
Which will take a better picture.
Like if you could be up at a high appointed administrator, you'd make a very efficient and good administrator. But
the problem
like you,
is,
I thought you said minister.
I would never do it because in
you don't
any
see power.
position, exactly, in any position of power I've ever even heard of, I've even been there, like in small like company type structure.
You don't like it.
Corrupt.
Yes, because they want me to become as corrupt or they'll kick me out, and I refuse to bend my morals for fucking bullshit. And I that's why I can't deal with being in like an administrator role,
that's
because
why you play games like Total War and stuff like that, where you can be the administrator and do the things that you would want to do in the correct way. You see moral. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm the same kind of way. Like,
unless we say if it doesn't work out, you can always respawn, innit?
Like,
well, I mean, you could sacrifice a bunch of people; they're not real, so it doesn't matter.
When we did those like tests in school, I don't remember if you did one at like it was like 9th grade or something like that, where it tells you what career you'd be good at whenever you're going through.
I think I took one. I don't remember what I was given or what they said I would be good at or whatever.
I got city manager.
Really?
Like a mayor. I was like, fuck yeah. but I never, I don't seek power, so I don't. It's one of those things that I can never accomplish because I don't seek the steps to become that.
They would have given me like weed seller.
So potential prisoner eventually.
The sad thing is the people who don't want any part of being in power are the people that we desperately need to be in power.
Well, it's like Marcus Aurelius.
Most powerful are bad people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But see, the power is in the hands of the corrupt, and that's not given up easily. So
that's true as well.
There's a few personality types that cannot become corrupt, and almost every other type will become corrupt by the power of it. I mean, it just happens.
Well, I'm not entirely certain. Like, I don't know for sure, but just based on my own beliefs, like, I'm not entirely sure any human being is beyond corruption. I think everyone has a point. Yeah. I think everyone has a line.
There has been some, like Marcus
it depends on what you consider corruption, too, I suppose.
That's true. That's true.
Some people have no problem with what they're doing, like they actually don't.
But that's what I mean. It's like, from most people's vantage point, at least, it is subjective. That's corruption, even if they don't call it corruption.
I think it is, because some people even think that the corruption, they're doing the right thing.
Well, no, I mean, some people, I mean, their conscience just tells them that there's nothing wrong with what they're doing. Like,
but the thing is, if you're taking people from like what used to be nobility is now rich people, just straight up billionaires, and you're taking these people that have been bred to be basically narcissists from birth. Like you're not born a narcissist, you're turned into a narcissist through your top behaviors and stuff.
Yes, but there are two different types of narcissists. Some of it is genetic, and yes, some are born. But more often than not, it's what you're describing. To me, both exist.
But then we put those nepotistic babies in the power, and then we end up with Trump, a complete fucking moron. But yet people think he's great because he's fucking rich. And
I see him as more of a figurehead, really. But I mean,
he's also
getting into something other. Yeah,
he's also really funny when he speaks because he sounds so stupid. He says the dumbest shit. You have to admit, like, if you don't like China, at least he's funny. He's like a fucking comedian.
I will agree. Early on, yes, and I would constantly watch playback of him just to be like, dude, he is such a fucking retard, and it was funny. But look, now, don't get me wrong. I live in the United States, and what his policies are doing to the country is causing so much damage. I can't even find humor in him anymore. Like,
see, that is the problem. From the outside, he's comedic value. Seriously.
Well, I mean, trying to find the humor in it is like kind of like a coping mechanism.
Yeah, but live in the country where everything's being
you think then, from Americans' point of view, that seeing the humor in what he does and says and how he acts, etc., the comedic value is like you can kind of skip over some of the bad bits because of it.
I mean, I'm not even political. I don't believe in the bipartisan system, really, but but as far. Yeah, so like my point of view is obviously going to be probably vastly different than most of the people here.
By the way, Straub, I put Barnacle,'s link on YouTube from YouTube in your chat there, and in StreamYard. Yeah, trust me, like he does high quality streams every week with his co-host Auxiliary, and he's 100% your people. All of you guys would enjoy it. I'm just plugging him because I've been watching him a long time. I really like him, and he's definitely the same mentality of that you guys share. So you definitely enjoy it, bro. It's high quality streams, and he doesn't only talk about politics. It's tech talk, but like they don't talk a ton of tech. They just kind of talk like like you guys do or whatever, like how Andy does in his stream and all that. But yeah, it's pretty cool stuff.
Okay. That's the problem, Mama Dingo, is some people are so like, it's kind of what JT was just talking about. Some people are so attached to a label of being left, right, Democrat, Republican, that it's tribalism. It's not about anything else. So you do something that's just like reminds them of something that like a MAGA person would do. They call you MAGA. The problem with that is that it kind of destroys.
It undermines the reality, the problem with what you see.
Exactly. It undermines
from your point of view.
Yes, and that means if you actually have a MAGA person that's actually causing damage, that's has a lot of fucking issues and is,
but I think there's a lot of that going on both sides, and I think it's intentional. And
I can agree with you to a large extent because
It's
I'm not one of those like diehard Democrat people. In fact, I hate most Democrats. I have ideology that's separate from the two-party system.
I mean, I've been called a libtard, a MAGA, and everything in between. So it's like, yeah. Like,
is that all? You want to know what I've been called?
MAGA. Yeah, how can you be both, right? Like, I mean,
yeah.
Depends on who you're talking to, though. That's the problem with all this extremism shit. All these extremes.
It's tribalism.
It's boxes to put you in so they can dehumanize you. It makes it easier to fucking hate you.
Well, you notice everything's being put in a box, and everything's being labeled, and everything's being separated and categorized, and
well, it's just about outrage. It's selling outrage. Like on the right, it's all about hate this group. This group does this. Hate them for that. You know, they want to take this, but not really. But we're going to tell you they want to take this and that.
Yeah, dehumanize them. It's easier to hate them, man.
Well, we're definitely at the like a very high point with everyone being against each other.
Both sides are seeing the other side as evil, like fundamentally evil.
We're
the most combative, and again, like we're very separated these days.
Now, I'll agree with that 100%, and I'll agree that both sides point to the other's evil. However, and this isn't, I'm
not saying which is objectively or whatever. I'm just saying that.
Yes, that's where I'm going with this.
I'm not. I know you're going there, but yeah, I wasn't even touching on that. I'm just saying that.
I know, and you're right that both do that, but only one side actually has factual claims that they can make that point to.
But see, the reason why they're both saying that is because they have entirely very different value systems.
True.
What they believe is right and wrong and evil or not evil. But that's why they think the other one is evil, and that's why.
Over like 30 years of extremist attacks in America, and look who was on what side they were on. Like 90% of the attacks were right wingers. So mass shootings, bombings,
that is true.
Things like that.
And that's where I want to go. Like, yes, it's true that we have different values, kinda, but you can you might consider this wrong, but you can trick a right winger into just like you don't tell them what you're talking about, and you simply ask them their values. That's simple, and they will literally describe their own views as evil. And that
like example. Okay, I'm gonna play just to. I'm gonna pretend I'm a MAGA, right? Whatever, conservative.
Okay.
So ask me questions.
But I can't do it. So.
Can you count past 12?
I've seen this done before, and it's really interesting because it's like they live in like a psychologically. I don't know. It's like a.
They're being brainwashed like Hitler did, and they will just serve their master regardless of.
Yes, and I know what's going to be said in response to that, and that is the left does the same thing.
Well, I was going to say everybody's being brainwashed to some extent.
Exactly. Now let me explain.
But they got.
It depends on what they're being brainwashed with, right?
Now the problem I have with that is it's the middle ground fallacy, and it's one of the biggest issues in politics.
I'm not saying both are equal. Obviously, that would depend on what you find right and wrong, which is the core of this entire issue.
That's the point I just made. They themselves know they're evil because they define what they do as evil, but then they just act. They use mental gymnastics.
Right. So when we're so if that's your talking point, let's get into specifics now. What specifically are we referring to?
So they will act as if. Harming for one, a vast majority of the people on the right in the United States are Christian. I know you're Christian, so don't take this personally.
No. You're that's a fact, okay. Or at least they identify as, right?
So yet, every single teaching that Jesus Christ, which is in the entire foundation of Christianity, is left wing in nature. All of them, 100%. He's the most extreme left wing figure. And damn near all of history, and yet they go, that's true, but this is specific to Christianity, and that they go, fuck that shit. I don't care about that. I hate these people and they've been
Yeah,
sold
they're a
this
bunch
idea.
they're a bunch of fucking hypocritical.
Honestly, I wouldn't even categorize his teachings as political, really. So I mean, I know people want to say they align politically with either one's value systems, but I don't.
Everything is political in the end. Nothing gets outside of politics.
It depends on what you're referring to as politics, but he wasn't really speaking about earthly systems. He was talking about something a little more metaphysical.
Well, no. The things I'm specifically talking about was very earthly, and that is love thy neighbor, very left wing and insanely left wing.
Care for the poor.
Yes,
but yeah, then they would argue that's also a very conservative value as well.
Taking the stranger.
Yeah, I know, and that's because they go against their own values. That's the point I'm making. They claim to have a value, but they don't stick with it, and then they vote against they go the opposite direction.
Well, that's where it comes down to that.
Well,
CIA
both seem
thing.
to claim to believe in that specific value, but the way they express that, the way it's expressed is entirely different.
In the 50s and 60s, when they're seeing communist revolutions, the CIA seen that the church would usually side with the communists because of the values of the communists, because it's community based. Communist means community. That's what the word means. And the church leaders were siding with the communists, and CIA is like, well, we can't have that in America because how communist this revolution.
Yeah, but even the Christians didn't consider everybody part of their community. Now they had a certain common.
But it's very community based. Like if you put like a church structure into a system, it'd be like literally communist. It's taking money from all the people who go there and then using it for the whole good, all together. Like
ideally, yes, but when you're talking about a government system, it falls apart because.
But they didn't want the pastors having the sway over the flock basically and having them turn communist, so they used people like Billy Graham and other religious people.
Yeah, but the church wasn't a government. It wasn't a it wasn't.
The CIA knows how to manipulate. Like if you look back through the CIA, it's the last like 70 years they've been doing all kinds of like manipulations of the populations and shit.
That's all they do is social engineering, like in every way you could or couldn't think of. I mean, we know that
they mastered it. Like they can look. We got Trump, and I'm sure they have a part to play in.
I mean, to me, the entire bipartisan system is a fucking tool of social engineering, in my opinion. But obviously,
I agree. So I think the ideology behind it, the personalities, are real. What they care about is real, but the parties are used as a way to foment division, and also it's like a control mechanism. And and that's why I point to the left all the fucking time in bullshit. But I don't think
a lot of it is a lot of it. Most of the value-wise stuff is appealing mostly to people's emotions, which they know is gonna cause.
That's
it's gonna get people to react.
Yes,
I mean that's what propaganda does. It appeals to your emotions. Like
yes, but if like most people don't do this, but if you separate it, if you don't allow yourself to get intuitively hooked into an emotional trap, and you look behind the sources and actually do the work, you can find out what is objectively true, and you can dislike something or even hate something for entirely valid reasons, and that's not the same as someone being lied to.
The problem is when it comes to value systems themselves, they cannot be objectively true because.
Well, no, not the value systems. The value systems are subjective. For the
Why
most
would
part.
I look into something when something that
now
like
whether or not they follow their own value system, you could obviously see whether that's true or not.
Why does it matter if whether it's true or not doesn't matter as long as I feel good?
That's part of the problem. That's how
kind of
a lot of people feel.
That's the whole argument, isn't it?
Kinda, yeah. And that's why I try to separate that. And I say I try because I don't think any human being is perfect. Like you can't be perfectly objective. It's not possible.
I mean, ultimately, we're making decisions based on our own personal value systems, whatever those are.
So that's that argument. Well, it goes into philosophy, and it is all morality subjective. And personally, I think it's both. I think some morality is actually objective, and you'll probably disagree with me on that.
Objective or subjective?
Yes, objective.
Oh no, I would argue that. Well, from my point of view, I would argue that it's basically all objective. Now, it doesn't mean that we always know what is objectively correct or not. But I would say yes.
You're talking about morals. Morals are always subjective. Ethics are broader.
So exactly, and most atheists will disagree with me on this, but I do believe that there is some, and like most people are one or the other. I try not to look at things in like this hardcore black and white. I think that there are some objective morals, and I think that most morals are subjective.
I think your morals.
Well, again, when he's talking about morals, would be like your personal, what you think is right or wrong. When he's talking about ethics, it's like a collective system of what is agreed upon right or wrong.
It's social contracts, but if you look across all religions, there's some that are you have crossing over, like thou shalt not kill, kind of like deal, like murder seen as bad in all.
But both ethics and morality,
healing,
they're
still not objective.
Things like that. But
well, no, what he's saying, what he considers
fine until.
What he bases morality on is basically like, and I like it's utility, right? Basically, isn't that what you?
You could say that, yes, but it's important to go. Utility doesn't necessarily just mean all of like how it is beneficial or something. Like utility.
Like, is this good for people or not?
Yes, and as long as you're using an objective metric that can be measured, then it's factually true. And
but see, that's when it starts getting like, who decides what's good for people?
How do you measure it?
No one has to decide. Harm itself is a metric.
Well, somebody might say that's harmful. Somebody might say, no, that's good for them.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's where I still believe that it's objectively true, although some people are psychologically damaged. I believe
that's a subjective stance on that.
That's not subjective. Definitely. No. So you could say that that my opinion on this is subjective, 100% true. However, the stance that people that are an anomaly to a vast majority of like typical human function, that's a fact. We can prove that. And that their being like an anomaly cannot be pointed to as proof of subjectivity. Like that's my stance, and I don't think anyone can defeat it.
A large
just because you might disagree with what people commonly agree on doesn't mean it's objective.
No, I'm not saying that means it's objective. I'm saying that from all of the evidence we have, I lean in that direction. I think that's the most logical conclusion.
Am I missing the point?
I mean, you could say that, and you could give reasoning behind it, but at the end of the day, it's still
at the end of the day, there is well, no.
So why are we debating semantics?
If I'm right,
it's not really semantics.
If I'm right on what I just said, and I'm not claiming that I am for sure. If I'm right, it is partially objective. So it's not subjective just because, like, you have to prove that. So the where we're at here is like I'm making a claim that I cannot. I admit readily that I cannot prove it. However, the same can be said about those that make the claim that everything is subjective. Like no one can. This is why.
And I agree. They cannot prove that either. But the reality is, if there were any such thing as objective morality, people would not have any certainty of what that would mean. It really is the truth. So, whether it exists or not.
If you can't show it, your position is subjective by default.
You can feel it.
No, not necessarily. The reality is, it may exist. Like, say there.
Exactly. So what we know, especially individuals.
No, like say, and that's kind of where the God argument comes from. Like, say there's a God who created everything. Like, he would be the objective like stance on morality? Yeah, technically he would, since he made it all.
And you're a Christian?
I am.
Interesting. No, I just think it's interesting that you guys can have debates and stuff with each other.
I would consider this more of a discussion, really. I don't think we're like debating
this is closer to a discussion, but
you guys are friends.
That JT,
not really. We're not even really.
I wouldn't say that we're friends. Maybe like acquaintances, but
he said not really.
But JT is like, and from my experience, he's an interlocutor that he's Christian, but he's able to set that aside and
respect him for that.
mainly think logically, and I respect that. Yeah.
Hey, can I make
notice mainly.
Traditional, like Christian, but
aside from my Christianity in and of itself, I'm mainly
No, that's not
you're
what I meant.
raised one.
I'm
and you
kidding. I'm
never
busting your balls.
prayed.
Hey, don't bust his balls, man. So is that a Bud Light?
No, it's a White Tide. It's like some knockoff version of like the.
That looks like
Orange
something
peel.
you get from fucking Aldi.
It is.
But no,
I'm good, man. Is it really?
but honestly, though,
That's
back to what you were talking about, like when people were talking about objective morality, a lot of times they're arguing for God when they're saying stuff like that because they're saying, well,
although
not that you are.
I know, but I would say even if they do that, you're not making a case for objective morality because God, by your very definition, at least if you're a Christian, is a sentient being that has the capacity to change his mind and has done so in the Bible, which means those commandments are not objective morality. He is a subjective person. He is a thinking. He can change his mind, which means all of those
God
commandments.
makes no mistakes. So
the point, yes, that's correct. He could change his mind. But the reality is, it's pretty much like he's running a dictatorship. It's like whatever he says is true. Like whatever he says goes.
But that
because he's the one who makes the rules, basically. Like would be the idea.
Right. I understand how it's viewed, but if you're going to use, to me, this is my.
I mean, that would be the case if that were true.
Well, yes, but even if that were true, it's a commandment. That's not morality. Like you can't call something ethics or morality if it's being forced upon you.
No. And see, that's the thing. Like, he technically wouldn't be forcing it on you. He's just telling you, like, this is correct, this is incorrect. And you can choose to do whichever you want to do, technically. He's not forcing you to do anything, I guess, is the idea behind that. But the reason why he'd be telling you what's right or wrong.
You don't have to do it. You can always go to hell.
That's what I was going to say. It's
it's
not as if there's no pressure. It's not as if
no pressure, burn in hell.
But I would say if your whole thing is fear of going to hell, then you're religious. Yeah. I would say that's not. I mean, obviously that would suck. Of course, that would obviously suck. But that shouldn't be. That shouldn't be your main motivator to be fucking.
I agree with you, but
it's in your book.
I agree.
No. I think the point of that is just saying, like, hey, yeah, there is actually consequences, whether you realize or not. That the idea is that there are consequences to the shit you do, even though it may not always seem like that, because you see a lot of fucked up people getting away with a lot of fucked up shit and seemingly no consequences. And I think the idea is saying that there are consequences for things.
God said to Lot's wife, "Don't turn around." She turned around, turned into a pillar of salt. What the fuck's that all about?
Nobody else.
Oh yeah, that was crazy.
Consequences. Yeah, but there's no pressure.
I don't want to turn into a pile of salt.
So I can do this all day. Don't.
Oh no, I mean, if you're talking about like stuff that happened, especially like Old Testament shit, was wild.
Same God.
Yeah, it's because people.
Yeah, dude, you could fucking. If you
God was on his period. There was something.
Didn't they drop I think somebody dropped the tabernacle that housed like the Spirit of God, and like a bunch of people died for that. Like shit like that was happening.
Yeah, I think his tampons fell out.
Yeah, you could tell they're just nomads going around the desert eating fucking mushrooms and smoking acacia trees and getting
shagging goats. Yeah.
Yeah, like
shagging goats.
It's people that were trying to use God to instill moral values into the people. It's more like the king wanted to make, okay, you guys got to follow these rules because God.
I mean, you could certainly make an argument for that, but whether that's actually true or not, I mean.
Well, that's why the changes came all the time. Like it's different scribes for different kings, and then they put it all together and. One book. It used to be multiple different
in hundreds of years later, blah blah blah.
What's your name? Was it JT?
Yeah.
I wanna hear a debate between atheists and JT on religion. That'd be fun.
Get wrecked.
I don't really debate religion.
Nah, you're crazy, man.
See, Mal is so quiet until you say something that he feels strongly about.
Yeah, he goes, get wrecked.
I don't fuck about.
No, I don't really debate religion. I mean, we could certainly like. I mean, we could discuss talking points, but when it comes to when I see a debate, it's an argument.
You surprised me, to be fair.
Why?
You seem like an intelligent, smart, thinking guy. And yet,
So why would I be Christian?
Yeah, he's assuming that Christians are
So
dumb.
yeah, so that
Or
is where I
implying,
disagree with Mal. We don't
Why?
see eye to eye on that because
You
I
don't think I'm a smart, intelligent guy?
I don't.
my brother
I'm
is one of
kidding.
these types. He's
I
like,
believe
No, he's
that-
saying that being Christian doesn't inherently make you stupid. Is your argument, right?
We all think that you're dumb, JT. No, I'm just kidding.
no, I didn't say that at all.
No, I think a lot of people are like, okay,
Mal
clearly
told me
you're
to
not
say that.
fucking stupid. Why do you believe in any of this stupid shit?
Because you don't
Yeah.
care.
Yeah, I
Basically.
think my biggest speaking point on religion is that it is what's the word I'm blanking on
Actually,
right
it's the
now?
1970s, Mama Dingo.
It's
That's
when
a
you
fact.
it's when
Well,
you convince or you kind of brainwash. What's the word for that when they
Indoctrinate.
indoctrination, and that's unfortunate
a
because
lot of the time
what are
that
the-
is
like,
what it is.
I
but
think
I'm
it's a
not
little
gonna,
ironic that fucking most people are religious,
However-
their family's religious, and they teach them
Yeah,
this as
but
a
however-
child.
Yes,
Wait.
no,
Are
but
we assuming that I was raised
that's what
religious
that's
or
what
whatever?
No.
That's what I was about to say. I would never make the blanket assumption that
No, I-
indoctrination is.
No,
what
I'm
makes
not.
it
I'm
cool.
asking. I'm not being defensive. I'm just asking.
But
Like,
most
what?
No,
Then
I'm not
again-
implying. I'm not implying you, JT.
Then
I don't know
again,
you. I'm just
even if
saying most
somebody
people
is-
that are religious are.
Even if
indoctrinated.
somebody is,
I agree.
No, a lot of people
indoctrinated-
are, and you notice a lot of the really hardcore atheists, a lot of the very passionate ones are they were raised Christian or religious
Okay,
in some.
so
Oh,
mostly
like
Christian.
rebelling per se.
Well, a lot of times there's a
Yeah, well,
difference in
they feel
pastors.
disillusioned with all the shit that they were taught, and they feel like they were basically fed a bunch of bullshit, and they're pissed about it. So obviously they're
What-
passionate about that.
When you,
I'd like
Not
to-
all, obviously not all. I'm talking about
no, not
a lot. I've seen a lot of people like that.
I was raised Christian until I was about 10, and then I realized I could think. That fucked it.
Mal's offensive.
Well, no, that's
Am I
ironic
offensive?
because
No,
I
no,
wasn't
no.
raised
No.
religious at all.
I have Mormons in my family. I have Jehovah's Witness in my family. I have a Catholic deacon in my family. My brother. I don't know. I know all this shit. I know all the fucking stuff that come out. There's nothing that they can say that I can go, ooh, that's worth a thought.
Could
But it
I
isn't.
could I bring up a speaking point that's a little off topic of what we're talking
Of
about?
course. That's okay.
Yes.
So it's interesting that like as of late, it seems like a lot of people are like they've become so used to all the fucked up shit online, because everyone is so linked into just the internet and all that and apps, social media.
Mhm.
They're desensitized and like when what's his name, Kurt, what is it, Charlie Kirk or whatever, he got
Yes.
assassinated, right? Fucking there's people all over like TikTok and shit like posting like them like
Memes about it.
like celebrating and going like, yeah, we got him, haha,
So-
fuck you, burn in hell. It's like there's no caring for other people
So-
anymore.
Like no sense of humanity. With,
So
Yeah,
hold
exactly.
on,
that,
hold
that
on.
goes
So
back through history, though.
I agree and disagree with that.
I think
So it
social media is
depends-
making the problem worse, is my point.
Yeah,
And-
no,
I agree.
social
I
media is
agree.
exasperating all the worst aspects and qualities of people. I agree.
Exactly,
with that.
exactly.
Now, what is Trobb's?
into 5 pieces
So-
and strung his body up across freaking the UK.
No, he's not. What's your name? Who was just speaking?
Godwin?
What do you call yourself? No, you.
Like-
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Okay, so yeah, I think to tomorrow's point, basically, it's not about what their ideologies are. It's the
How
fact
about,
that people are
about today's point?
So let's take ideology completely out. It depends. So a
Hey,
lot of
Matt.
people
Yeah,
are
that's
being,
hard to do.
a lot of people are being strawmanned that are on the left. And I talk shit about a lot of the people that you're describing, by the way, but it's a small minority. So a lot of people are doing or said what I have said, and I will defend it till death.
You think
it's
he's
what
better
I
off dead?
No. The world is a better place without someone like Charlie Kirk in it, and I'm 100%.
You could argue that, yes. That doesn't mean you agree with the way it was
Saying the
done.
same thing though. You're happy he's dead.
Well, no, hold on. No. So I'm going to make a statement that a lot of people will probably disagree with, but I believe it, so I'm not going to lie. I believe that there's no such thing as a bad thing happening to a bad person. If a bad person leaves this world, it's a net positive for the rest of the world. I do not think that that's problematic, evil. I think that is just positive. Like,
So what do you think?
Yeah,
of
but see, then we
that
get in the
bad
problem of
person?
like defining what's good or bad.
Yeah, I was
and
about to say, what did he
Yes.
do so bad that deserves
that gets
death?
murky as fuck. Because
So,
basically
okay.
that just aligns with whatever we think is good or
No,
bad.
I'd say the
No,
question
no.
would be,
So,
was
go ahead.
getting rid of him by someone else doing a bad thing a good thing.
Yeah,
Well,
do two wrongs
no.
make a right?
Well, no, that's where we have a disagreement already. I don't think that murder in of itself is wrong. In fact, most people agree with me because we
Wow.
have state sanctioned murder that a vast majority of voters agree with. It
Yeah,
all
but see, there's
depends.
a law behind that.
No.
But
Listen,
law. Go ahead.
the law of large numbers doesn't make it fucking right.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. The vast
No,
majority.
I
of
mean the
voters-
point is, if there
That
are
was
laws
the
in place for
majority.
reasons,
Yeah.
right?
You said
Obviously,
the vast majority of voters.
no. I
Yes.
think you're just saying that you
That's
saw
bollocks.
him as a bad guy, so him being dead is good.
Yes, and so to
Oh, that's
illustrate
fine.
my point, I did use people, but I wasn't making a appeal to the majority because my argument didn't hinge on that point.
No, you're not saying people should just go around killing everyone who they think is bad,
No.
but you're saying the fact that he did get killed that way is good because he's bad.
Yes,
disagree.
and well,
If he died
is-
of whatever
this
cause
is
it,
Wait.
problematic because Mal, you don't think anyone should ever die.
Well,
for any
I don't
reason.
really. No offense, I don't really care what
No.
Mal's saying. I wanted to hear the rest of what you're saying.
No,
Well, you're-
I'm on
you're-
Mal's team. Go, Mal.
No, I mean, I listen. I agree with Mal. I do agree with him, but I'm not really interested in what he's saying. I want you to finish what you're saying.
I'm interested. Am I right?
I know you're anti-violence, anti-death, and all that, and I
No,
mostly
no.
tend to agree with that. I do, but I want to hear
If I
what.
murder somebody,
So-
I get sent down.
Well, my
and if
question.
the government kills me off for killing.
No, I agree. No, we agree. You and I agree.
Yeah,
Well, you
okay,
can't just go around
yeah.
killing everybody you
Well,
don't think is
My
good.
question
we
is,
just
what
did
did
a machine.
what did Charlie Kirk do? Because I don't know too much about the guy. What did he do that you?
He
feel
was a
like it
debater.
makes him
He'd go to
bad?
college campuses
No,
and
what,
debate.
no, I know
Yeah.
that. But what makes him a
the-
bad person enough to be like, oh, you're cool with him dying?
So he
I think that Israel
repeatedly told lies that endangered people, and when called out to his face, he doubled down, even when he was proven incorrect, because he was trying to put other people in danger, like the gay communities, for example. And you can't claim that it was like just a misunderstanding or he didn't know better, because he was proven wrong
Can
repeatedly.
you elaborate?
I can dig it up if you want
Okay,
me to, but
listen, I
can't.
don't even need to know all the reasons you think he's evil, whatever. That right there pretty much sums up, like, that's all I need to know, basically. Whether I agree with that, I don't know the guy. I don't really give
we
a
don't
shit.
know the
Drives
fact
on
behind
creating
what
I don't even
Well,
care,
brother,
honestly.
But he
Whether
he
it's
was the
okay to
biggest
fucking just assassinate
driver
somebody like
of-
that, just 'cause-
Hold on. So that's why I worded things the way I did. Making the claim that it's okay to assassinate people in broad daylight is very different than claiming that the
Right, and
world
I
is
don't
a
think
better
you're saying
place.
that, but you are saying the fact that it was done is good.
Yes.
Right, but you could see where that kind of thinking could
be
lead people to
problematic.
think they're doing a lot of good shit when really it's
he
fucked
was
up.
a guy brainwashing
could, yes.
young people to vote Republican against their own interests. But
Okay, my opinion is I really don't give a fuck what he was saying, one way or the other. But I don't, because I don't think you should. I don't think people should be assassinated for whatever they're saying.
Like he was just
I
a
agree.
racist
Right.
person.
I agree
Hurty
with you.
words. Hurty
Now,
words.
whether you think it's good that he's dead or not, that's up to you. But I think we all agree you don't just go around assassinating people who don't agree with you or that you think
Yeah.
are fucking.
I
just
think
wish
we
we
all
could
agree
put in
with
like
that.
a bare fist
Yeah.
MMA fight and watch him get the shit beat out of him by like a professional.
Okay, well at least he would agree to, he'd be agreeing to fight somebody, but just getting assassinated like fucking.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
just want to see him get their ass beat like really bad in public.
They almost got Trump too.
And I will admit,
I honestly
like,
think that was staged. Honestly,
I think
like,
it was.
I
too,
mean, fuck,
but-
they had to be real accurate and not fuck that up.
I know you
Motherfucker.
can't say anything that deviates too much from the mainstream, or you're
what about
considered
the
a
guy that
conspiracy
died in
theorist.
the crowd?
But I don't think that was.
I actually
Not
agree
like
with
I
you,
in the
JT.
crowd.
bro. Let's
No,
not.
Unless you got someone to back it up, it is a conspiracy theory.
It
isn't
is a
It
conspiracy
is
theory.
technically a conspiracy
Yes.
theory, but the problem with that is the term itself has become basic.
Yes.
It's
The
be-
term
it's
is stigmatized.
it's been associated basically with crazy people,
Yes.
which
Okay,
which would mean that there's no conspiracies going on at all, or else you're fucking nuts to believe something like that.
Yes.
Right.
Which obviously that's not fucking true. Because
Yes.
that would be a conspiracy theory.
Listen
in
to the
itself.
people, and like
No.
I'm not trying to defend conspiracy theories, but let's go back in time.
Neither am I, but we're talking about
to-
what is a conspiracy.
I
What is a
know.
conspiracy? What is
I
a theory?
know.
What is a conspiracy
But
theory?
like exactly, and so going back to like when MK Ultra was
Roswell.
going on, and there was fucking whistleblowers, and people were like, "Not just you're crazy, you are a fucking psychotic flat Earth fucker." And it comes to be MK Ultra was correct. It actually happened. The U.S. government.
No, what are the implications of that are wild. What the fuck else is
Yes, I know,
Exactly.
and you're
That's what I
right.
said about social engineering.
So yes, they use the term conspiracy theory on purpose to demonize people so that people never question.
Well, they try to delegitimize the whole concept of it, which is basically to say that everything is fucking okay and there's nothing actually wrong going on.
Well, it started with Roswell in the 1950s. After that experimental aircraft crash, they didn't want the Russians to know about it. Like, they didn't know if Russian spies were there or anything like that. So when people started making up all these UFO stories, like the CIA was like, this is perfect cover for what's actually going on. Like, these people making up these crazy aliens.
And the thing is, the layers of it can go. There's layers and layers and layers.
They just let the public build it, and they sit back, and it's farthest thing from the truth.
They could the reality is a lot of times they do tell the truth and completely delegitimize it so that it looks fucking crazy and stupid. And anybody who says otherwise is fucking labeled crazy and stupid.
I agree, but I will say that on like my experience, this is not a fact. I would say for every legitimate conspiracy theory, there's like 10, 20, 100 false ones.
Infinitely more, because there's obviously there's only so many things that are true. The rest, there's way more untruths than
right,
because there only so many things can be true at one time. So obviously there's more things that are not true than there are true. So
which makes it difficult because they use that as a way to automatically shut down certain conspiracy theories.
Well, all you got to do is sprinkle in some truth and just completely delegitimize it to the public, and suddenly that's not true anymore.
Look at how humans fill in the gaps too. Like,
the thing is, it's the reality is that your average person has no way of really truly knowing what's actually fucking true or not. I mean, not to a large degree, as far as like
your average person. Yes, I agree.
It's a truth. People think that they're informed. Informed by who?
The public knew what was going on behind closed doors in government and shit themselves. That's what I think.
Yeah, and there's the truth is there's no telling how far that actually goes.
I like this thing. This girl said this in this video. She's like, average people are stupid, and if you don't believe this, you're an average person.
Yeah, and 50% of the people are below that.
Yeah, I know, right?
But see, the problem is, I don't think your average person is as stupid as they would let on. I think a lot of people.
The individual is smart, but people in groups tend to be really fucking stupid.
Well, no, the problem is they're being fed a bunch of bullshit, a constant, steady diet of bullshit all the time.
Yes, but those two aren't completely separate because as intelligence rises, the ability to see through bullshit also increases.
The problem is, yes, but the problem with that is even if you know you're being lied to, that doesn't mean you know what's actually true. You just know that you're being told bullshit.
That is true, and
that's the reality. Is you can't get to the truth. You can't really get to the truth. You can say, yeah, this is probably bullshit, but you can't say this is true.
Well, it depends. So there are certain sources that you can get that are just objectively true based on evidence. Like that. That's why evidence matters in the first place.
For the sake of argument, what example would you give for that? Something like that.
Well, if there are, like, for example, the death tolls in Gaza, for example, it's not even like if it were eyewitness, that's the weakest form of evidence there is, and I acknowledge that. But there is literally the people in Israel themselves validate the death tolls of people in Gaza. That is an objective truth, and it's validated by numerous metrics. We have health organizations, we have Israel itself, who's the bad guy who stands to lose by giving the truth on this. I mean, when you're talking about Israel, the layers again.
I think your argument is basically as long as there's enough people consent, as long as there's a large enough consensus, something is true, and even I would say that's falsifiable.
No, it's not about a bunch of people saw it. It's that we have verified corpses that can be measured. Like, you can't say, like, oh, that's just an opinion. Some dude.
No, obviously not. But then the question is, did Trump see these?
I don't have to, because I guess what you could claim is that in the end, I'm giving some layer of trust to something.
Yes, you are. And you at least acknowledge that.
Hold on. Yes, that is absolutely true. But it's like, you have to have some layer of like, it's not the same as like a completely crazy, batshit crazy dude.
Not saying it is. I'm not saying
Like,
it is, but you at least acknowledge that there is some level of trust there.
Yeah,
in what,
yes, but like if
I'm
you're-
not saying it's the same level of trust as something else that would be more,
yes, but in order to even function, you
have to have some level of trust. Yes, you have to have
and
certain axioms and things. Yes,
Yes,
I understand.
absolutely.
Yes, you do, and that's kind of what your entire fucking worldview is based on. Give me one
Yes.
second.
Okay.
I would say the weakest form of evidence is hearsay.
I agree, actually.
No,
That's
I mean,
a
you
good
got to have
point.
certain basics things that you're willing to believe and not believe, and that's kind of what forms your worldview. The question is whether those things are even actually true or not.
I don't believe anything without evidence.
See,
Now,
that's
I mean,
If you're arguing
anything.
the fundamental foundation, then I completely agree with you. There's
and I kind of am, and I'm not just doing it for the sake of arguing.
no.
I'm just,
well, you could be right. I don't think you are, but you.
no,
could be
and
right.
I'm not saying I am right or wrong. I'm just saying that's something to consider as well. Like,
Oh, I do.
especially when we're talking about the nature of what is true and what is not true. These are
do
things.
you
Yes,
think
but
then
there's
believe in something where you have?
No, what your point is basically, and it's basically what everyone has to eventually reach. They're saying I have good reason enough for myself to believe this.
Yes, but there's a danger, and I'm
Isn't
not
that
saying
faith?
I'm not saying you're doing this, but there's a danger in taking
Being too
what
skeptical.
is-
I understand that too.
Yes, and people
I
will
understand-
run
yes.
with that and make their own version
You
of
could say
reality.
nothing's real, nothing's true, blah blah.
Yes.
I'm not saying that either. But there is a certain amount of validity to those lines of questioning as well. That's all I'm saying.
Allegorical,
I agree with you.
Platonic
Yeah, solipsism.
But obviously, and I'm not. No, nobody's a solipsist here. No.
I actually agree with you. After I've put
No,
out
I
my
don't mean you.
contention of how it could go, and then you say that's not what you're doing, I completely agree with you.
No, I'm not arguing for solipsism, although you can't really argue against it either. But that's not the case. That's everything falls apart if you're doing that. But I mean, the fact that that's even a fucking valid philosophical argument says basically we don't know fuck all about really fuck. But that's not the point I'm making.
Isn't from like listening to Tobbs's point where he said eventually you have to kind of trust so and so about this.
You have to trust certain things in order to live your life. He's correct about that, and that's.
Do you have to trust them
like your
without
food,
evidence?
Yes.
That would be fair.
Yes, you do. You have to. Those are axioms, basic axioms, things that you trust
I
to
know
be
what
true.
axioms are. I teach.
Yeah, and that's what he's saying. Like our worldviews are built on these basic things that we trust.
Not everyone's, but yes, in
Man,
general.
well, truly, really, if you want to get to brass tacks, yes, everyone's worldviews.
Well,
Doesn't matter who you are.
But not the ones that I.
No, they're not
value.
your axioms.
Yes,
They're not.
exactly.
No, but they're built on something that they believe is true.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Layers of things that they fundamentally believe are true that they cannot prove one way or the other.
Yeah, I agree.
Faith.
And I'm just saying the fact that that's how it is leaves a fair enough room for a lot of bullshit. That's all I'm saying. But you do the best you can with what you have, and
But
I get it.
But I think what you're describing, and you're absolutely right, what you're describing taken to its extreme is the problem that I describe with these people who, from my point of view, don't live in reality, and they don't care to live in reality.
Well, the problem is they don't know what not that any of us truly understand the nature of reality, but they're so disillusioned with the reality that they've been presented that they can't really decide what's real or not.
Yes, but I would say that there is like your understanding of reality is a spectrum. It's not like a light bulb going on or off. Like,
yeah, we're catching little glimpses of things, and
yes, but some people are far closer to it than others. I'm not going to make a claim that that's
well, yeah, they're more grounded in what. Yeah, they're, you could say, more grounded, more practical, whatever, more pragmatic.
Yes, and if what you believe can be verified outside of your own head, that's the definition of objectivity, then it's pretty safe to assume that that is true. Now, you could make a claim that might not be true, sure, but it's very safe.
No, you're right. You're going with what you can your tactile senses and what and I think when it comes to that, it's like, that's the best we can do. But then if that is able to be deceived, then there's holes in what we think is real or not. And obviously there are, but nobody knows to what real extent.
Now that's true. I agree with that, and
I think that's where a lot of these people are just going down these rabbit holes.
Yes, and it exists in the holes and the gaps of what we actually understand.
It's a dopamine thing too. It's like, oh yeah.
I think at the core, it's the people they don't feel secure in what they're being told is true or not.
When I was younger, in my early 20s, I fell down the rabbit hole of Alex Jones for a bit when he was talking about coffins and the CDC was going to kill everybody and shit. And I was like, what the fuck? What's going on? And like, I fell down that. And then eventually I just realized, like, this guy's just full of shit. Like, he plays off the fears and like shit like that. And he was doing a lot of stuff back in that days. Ron Paul.
Oh, see, the crazy thing about somebody like Alex Jones is like, you don't really know how much of what he's saying is bullshit or not.
Well, you can find out by digging. Like, for example, I did find out that there is one claim that he made that sounds fucking crazy, and it's not true, but it's based on truth, and that is
correct. That's the kind of shit I'm talking about.
Exactly, the chemical that he said turned frogs
gay.
The
frogs gay.
Now, it is not true that they turned frogs gay, but it did make them androgynous. And that, so there's some little. He
was sensationalizing something that had some fucking air of truth to it, and that the problem is he was
pseudoscience.
No, not no. What he just said is not pseudoscience. No.
So no. Well, what he claimed is crazy. But yes, it is true that the chemical was causing frogs to become androgynous. And so that claim that I just said, not what Alex Jones
is true. Yes, and Alex Jones made a sensationalized version of that exact claim.
Yeah.
Pseudoscience. Same people do.
No, it's no. You're mislabeling it. No, it's an exaggeration of something that actually is real. Like
people do
in order to
in exactly the same way. They
all
use
the women on birth control.
Yeah.
They pass it through the drugs through their urine when they go to the bathroom, and all that urine going into the the
estrogen for the birth control is going in the T blockers and all that shit.
It doesn't get filtered out because the filter systems aren't small enough to catch the particles, and it gets into the water supply, which then gets drank in by the frogs and wildlife. Because
they weren't talking about the process and how it happens. They're just saying that is happening.
Yeah, but I'm just explaining that as
that's what people do in pseudoscience. They take something.
Yeah, but that's not pseudoscience.
Partly true. Of course it is. Show me a paper.
No, that's actually like.
Show me a paper that shows.
I
don't know. Show me a paper that shows where
the
frogs turned gay.
No. The fact that look, man, you could do your own research.
There isn't one, is there? Yeah, I do my own research.
No, there's a lot of research on it. You could do your own research on it.
All right, to the frogs.
There's a lot of papers published on that.
Do the frogs go gay or
androgynous? Other drugs too, like cancer drugs and other things that are getting through the filtration process.
Do the frogs go gay or androgynous?
Nobody said they were gay, but they're basic.
You just said he did.
Well, no, what I'm talking about that's not.
So hold on.
I don't know if you're being.
So from the way I took it, JT was claiming that the statement that I made that Alex Jones' statement was based on was factually true.
Right, and the purpose of that.
You're talking past one another because Mal, you're talking about what Alex Jones' specific claim was a pseudoscience, and JT's talking about the claim that it was based on. At least I think.
My apologies.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I don't think I'm being clear, but yeah.
Explain the whole process, how it actually happened, and like from the person to the
which is not pseudoscience.
No, what he said is pseudoscience.
Mal's fucking waffling again. He's arguing, just to fucking argue. Like
no.
What he said
no,
is partially.
But I
no, it was an exaggeration of real science. Is the more closer to the truth. Like,
I guess you could
pseudoscience.
Say that. You could say that.
No, pseudoscience would just be something that's not based in at all in anything that's real. That would be pseudoscience.
No, it doesn't. No, that's like alternative facts.
Alex Jones takes a grain of truth and makes it into a sensationalized,
exaggerated science. Show me some
flashing lights, big banners, all that shit. Like, fuck.
Well, hold on. Exaggerated science is a good example of exaggerated science is something that I covered recently, that plants can feel pain. It's not true. It's exaggerated. It's based on some truth, but people misinterpret what pain is.
Are they saying they have nerve endings?
Exactly.
It's
Without
like
nerve
a
endings,
nervous
you
system?
cannot experience pain. They have electrical signals that are automatic. Yes, it's designed to protect it, but it's not. They have no consciousness. They have no.
They don't have a nervous system. As far
Yes,
as
and without the nervous system, nothing can feel pain based on our understanding of pain.
Like a holly tree can
yeah,
get
it,
when a holly tree gets bitten and eaten, it'll grow spiky leaves.
Yeah, and so you don't
There you
claim that a holly tree has a brain and that it's
Oh,
choosing to do
course I
that
don't.
as a defense.
No, it's
Exactly.
a trigger.
course I
It's a
don't.
trigger. It's a mechanism.
Exactly.
yeah, it's not feeling anything if it doesn't
Like
have
a
a nervous system.
reflex.
Exactly. It can't feel, but what humans do, they try
They
to
want to humanize it. They want to
Exactly.
personify it. Like,
Yes, and-
Anthropomorphism.
Rob
And-
wish he could bite into a pear and it scream at him.
then I would have nothing to eat. I would die.
I've had a few peaches. I've bitten a few peaches and had somebody scream at me.
Oh, Mao. Back in his fluffer days.
Anthropomorphism, like giving cars, and she runs well. The boat,
Yes,
she
and
floats
humans
well.
do that
Yeah.
to damn near everything.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I don't get it.
I think it's because we are humans. We identify as humans, and when we
we're
like,
seeking patterns that like
yes.
remind us of
Of course
people. Like
yes,
that's
well, not just that, but the whole concept of empathy is you putting yourself in someone else's position. You can't experience the world as a plant. So what you do is you try to go, what if I were a plant?
well, that's actually
can.
just stupid. That's actually fucking stupid. That has nothing
Yeah,
to
you
do
just
with
go
empathy.
plant your feet in the dirt and stand in the sun all day. Maybe throw some water on you and call yourself.
No. Now you're getting into the realm of just stupidity. That's just fucking stupid. Obviously, empathizing. No. Empathizing with another person, like, yeah, they're human.
Well, no,
Even
not
you
just
can even
another
empathize with a
person.
fucking animal,
Exactly.
but a fucking inanimate object, there's nothing to empathize with because it doesn't fucking feel or sense anything.
I agree with you, but people do it all the time.
Well, they're fucking stupid if they're doing that. Like,
But do you think we should save the great redwood forest, or do you think we should cut it down for money?
I think we should save it. However, those are two different things. I'm not gonna like.
no, definitely hold on to it, but it doesn't mean those trees feel they don't feel
Exactly.
shit.
I'm not gonna humanize the trees in order to protect them.
But you'll have value toward, like, you'll put value.
Yeah, they don't have to be human to have some kind of value. Like,
Absolutely, I agree with you on that.
Like, it value its life, basically, and to keep it. It's better off alive and having it.
Yes, I agree completely. In
Oh,
fact, there's a lot of evidence to back our necessity to have trees. We fucking die without them.
Well, not
At least
necessarily.
if so many go, at least.
70% of the oxygen is made by plankton in the ocean.
But is that enough to sustain the entire population?
Oh, I would imagine. If not, we'd adapt.
I would say probably.
I don't know.
Right now, the oxygen saturation of the Earth is like 20%. It's not that much. The rest is like nitrogen, methane, and CO2. But we mostly breathe in like nitrogen.
Mama Dingo, just a quick answer for Mama Dingo. I don't know what feeling more feminine feels like.
Well, I mean, if anybody would here, it'd probably you.
Yeah, so it's a non-question.
So, according to this, humanity would eventually die out without
Or Gadwin.
trees. While oceans produce most of Earth's oxygen, trees are essential for terrestrial survival. Their loss would trigger severe climate disruption, widespread desertification, and the collapse of the global food supply.
Yeah, so I mean, trees do.
But you were right about the oxygen mostly coming from the oceans, though.
What am I wrong? Come on now.
I didn't know that. Well,
I saw a meme about that.
You shouldn't take it personally. I don't take any
I know
human
everything.
being's word at all, ever. Like, I have to fact check everything.
Oh, I'd
It doesn't
rather you
matter
do.
either.
See, but the problem
it reinforces what I say, though. That
the fucked up
like,
thing is
you
even
learn.
facts can be falsified, and that's the fucked up part about that.
Say what?
I said the fucked up thing about fact checking is even facts can be falsified.
Well,
And again,
no, that's not true. A fact exists outside of your personal beliefs. So it's possible that you can think you had a fact, but it wasn't a fact.
that's what I'm saying. What we're calling facts can be falsified.
They can be if it's not a fact. I mean, like, a fact exists outside of your calling.
Yes, but the problem then would be that people are calling a lot of things facts that may or may not actually be.
Yes. So
Alternative facts.
So the way I would word that is people's perception of a fact can be.
It's not truth.
falsified.
It's my truth.
Exactly. There is no my truth. There's only
Full of
one
shit.
version of reality.
Alternative facts. That's another good one. I love
That's
it.
like flat earthers. Every flat earther has a different version of how the Earth
Yeah.
works. Like there's no consistency between any of them.
Well, they would, wouldn't they?
Yes.
They've all got money to earn.
So it really depends on the body of evidence behind each claim. And that's complicated. And that's why people think I'm crazy, because I'm fucking always researching. And
Well, no, that's very complicated.
you
because
kind of
basically-
have to now, because there's so much fucking bullshit everywhere.
and that's kind of the point. So there's an oversaturation of bullshit, and it's starting to become evident that it's getting harder and harder to know what's actually
Yes,
true.
I
But we're
agree.
starting to see the dark
And
forces happen.
So what you're
where
going to
people
need
are
to be
isolating
is
themselves
you're going to
into
need to
little
train the
pockets.
kids at school how to research stuff properly.
it wouldn't matter because it doesn't matter what you could, whatever you want to be true, you could research it and you're going to find something saying that that's fucking true.
Of course.
Yes,
But you
that's
could- you-
confirmation
you-
bias. But
Yeah,
if you
that's
have,
not the
if
same
you
thing.
have,
You could check multiple sources and you're going to find that more sources say this than that, but does that still make it
No,
fucking
that's
true?
still-
Unfortunately,
that's still
no.
not-
it's
Well,
not
the
about,
thing-
it's not about,
and then
the
you could say
amount.
it's not about the amount of sources, it's about the credibility of the source. And then then that goes into fucking, well, what makes it fucking credible? Because it's accredited, or it has all these fucking prestige
No, it's
attached to it.
It's because people who aren't associated with that particular thing perhaps have had a look at it and verified that it's true. Perhaps they're not. Some people are associated
It
with
would have to be independent.
study.
It
Yes.
has to be but the
They
thing
are.
is, most of these are. I don't think they are.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. Because if you're if you want to post, say, a paper that says I don't know, the Earth is flat, no, and it gets looked at by peer review thing. Peer review doesn't necessarily mean other flat earthers.
No. It means everybody that studies that, whatever
People
the
who
subject.
study that sort of thing. Yeah. Now they might not have anything to do with that study. Some of them will have been paid to say, yes, I agree with that study. This depends on where it's posted.
Well, and then you see,
They can still be wrong. I agree, but down the line, it will get corrected for definite.
Would it though?
Yeah,
Not
of course it will.
necessarily.
Yeah.
I don't think.
How many
let's
times
just say
have people-
the most important ones, the most accredited ones, the most trusted, prestige ones. They're getting paid off to say whatever.
No,
Then
because they're
there's
not
the
in it for the
problem.
money. Do you think a scientist goes in it for the money? I don't think so.
Yeah, exactly.
You'd be better off as a
I would
politician.
say money is pretty much the motivating factor for almost everything.
No.
There is a couple scientists spot off, like especially in like the oil industry.
Yeah, they can be.
Like they'll rig the information to be in the oil industry.
Look at the shit that Fauci pulled. I mean, the whole world was on a fucking puppet
Wait
string.
now, wait. Look at
No,
the shit
that
that
was
he
the-
pulled. Wait now. Look
The
at
World
the shit
Health
he pulled.
Organization.
Is he
Yeah, the
still
WHO.
getting away with it?
Yeah,
Or did
and-
somebody find out that he was talking shit? You just said it
Yeah,
yourself.
there's a lot of propaganda. That was,
was-
a Trump
yeah.
that was Trump and his party pointing a finger at somebody other than Trump, and that Fauci was the
Right.
fall guy for the Trump admin.
I don't know the guy. I've heard of him, but
I mean, wasn't he the leader of
He
the
was
World
the
Health
head of the
Organization?
CDC at the time, and everybody
Okay.
wanted to blame him when it was Trump and his dumb bullshittery that got us where we were. He's the one who had
Oh.
the shutdowns and everything like that. Left
All
the
right,
boats
okay.
come in.
The whole world was shut
quarantine.
down, not just the United States.
Well, yeah, but
Mm.
like we wouldn't have had to if we would have just quarantined those people right away and kept it. And he wanted to play it off like it was nothing, and then it's nothing, and it started spreading across America like wildfire. And
Yeah, but
it's
see,
nothing.
it'd be one thing if the United States was the only one that did that, but
I know
the whole world did that.
I know. Some countries locked the fuck down.
Yeah, Trump
and they've
doesn't.
had
Just,
strict-
Trump doesn't-
China locked everybody down.
China, it was bad.
Don't
Like,
you
there
go
were
to the shops.
people
Don't you
dropped
dare get out of
dead
that
everywhere.
house. They were shut down for weeks. They were screaming out the windows for people to give them food because they weren't allowed out.
Yep. That was a crazy
was-
time. We lived through that, and that
Wow.
was already like how many years ago? Like 5 years ago already.
There's a lot
the end of
about
it.
that period that I don't know a lot about. I kind of tuned out during the whole damn thing, so I don't know a ton about like Fauci and all that stuff.
I liked it because I was like, oh fuck, everybody gets to do what I like to do, sit at home and do nothing.
I did too, but so yes, it was like everybody else is kind of being like me now. But what I mean is, I didn't really follow the whole COVID stuff that much. I didn't really.
Yeah, you played a
follow
lot
the
of Total.
news. Yep.
Well, the biggest conspiracy theory was the one that where the virus came out of Wuhan research lab, which is bullshit.
Oh, there's all kinds of shit spreading, and
Yeah, remember that?
Is
There's-
so.
That
I
was
don't
wild.
know.
movie
Like,
like that.
what
Yeah.
makes it absolute bullshit? Like, is it?
Well,
like
you can
impossible?
follow. It's not difficult because you can follow a virus, and you can follow it back and follow it back and follow it back and follow it back and find out where it came from. That's not hard. It came from a meat market, not a research lab. It had nothing to do with the research lab. Research lab was 45 miles away, where there were no COVID outbreaks at the time that the COVID outbreaks were happening in other places.
Okay.
How
The
could
fact
it
that it was
have been?
even that close to the fucking thing is not coincidence, I don't think.
But did you ever
45
see
miles.
the movie Contagion? It came out before COVID.
No, no.
I've seen it.
That's about a virus outbreak, and there's some guy spreading like false information around and stuff like that. Like, and
Right.
this, made people more scared, and then he starts selling shit to them and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure that's the one.
Mm-hmm.
No, I haven't seen that. No, didn't see it. Yeah,
And it came out in
there
2002.
are. This was the other thing about the researching your information and stuff. There are papers on this that actually show exactly when and where it happened, the beginning of the outbreak.
And going into
wasn't
what
from
you're
there.
saying right now and kind of linking it back to what we were talking about before, the reason why I choose science as the thing that I trust is because science has built-in mechanisms to catch people that are just trying to use their authority, for example. Like, you actually get points in science for having a fucking, like, person defeat your entire fucking body of work. You don't find that anywhere else. Like, only in science do they care so much about truth.
And you won't get somebody else saying thank you.
Yes, that's so important.
I learn every day, they say. Yeah.
And I am not going to make the claim that there is no confirmation bias in science, because that's bullshit. There is.
Now, granted, they might
But
commit
we
suicide
have-
after being proven wrong.
Now, that's true. But the point is we have mechanisms to combat this shit. You don't find that in most other areas of life.
Peer review has its faults, but it's the best
Yes.
we got so far.
Yeah,
now.
exactly. That's how I would
means
say it.
anybody can take your testers.
Yeah, but the main issue, yes, the scientific method, sure, but when we're not talking about the scientific method, we're talking about the scientific community, which is different than
It
the
is,
method
but
itself.
they're yes, but they are held to standards. Otherwise, they wouldn't have their job. They would be immediately removed. Like, if
Dude,
they go ahead.
Epstein Island everywhere. Like,
He's not a scientist.
no. But I'm talking about the implications
Makes
of such a thing.
films.
Oh, so okay,
I don't
you have
understand that.
you have an even more negative view of humanity than I do, and that's saying something.
I probably have a very cynical view of humanity.
Yeah.
Truthful.
Okay, well, I'm a misanthrope. I don't like humans in general, but maybe you like humans more than I do in general, but you have more of a skeptical view of, like, especially systems like governments and stuff. It seems like.
Oh no,
I
I
have the
definitely do,
question.
because it's a basic. It's not just for no reason, but
Oh, I know.
you look at human nature and you see the kind of shit that people are capable of. Just look at history. So it's
Yeah.
it's not much of a stretch to say, if they're capable of doing this, what the fuck? What else are they capable of doing that we don't?
I can't disagree with you. That's not my general, like, go-to, but I can't fault your logic. Like,
As a student of history, I understand people were just
People are
slaughtered
capable of
by
the most
thousands.
depraved,
Yeah,
horrendous things that you
And-
could or
now
couldn't
you
think
know,
of,
yeah, exactly. Now you know, why
and
I prefer
especially given
animals.
positions of power and authority.
On the
agree.
positive side, people
Like-
are capable of the
And
most.
I would go
brilliant
further.
stuff.
I think if you give any human being, the most moral fucking Gandhi, whoever, if you give them absolute power,
I
they
agree.
would become corrupt as fuck. I don't care who it is.
I think
myself.
it's a strong fucking chance.
Cruelty is a survival mechanism. Look at Vlad the Impaler. He needed cruelty to save his people, and it fucking worked. But it was such a barbaric form of it that it's.
I agree with that example, but I would say that cruelty can be a survival mechanism. I don't think all cruelty is. I think that it can happen in numerous ways.
Well, see, the fucked up thing is when you start to believe that when you start treating morality as a means to an end, you could literally justify any fucking thing.
That's why I don't like moral relativism in the sense of a lot of people automatically disagree because they think I'm talking about it in general. I'm not. I'm talking about your specific values. I don't like when people have their own specific values and they constantly shift them around depending on what's convenient. That is fucked, and it leads to a fucked up world and a fucked up life for you.
Well, that's not even really their values. That just means they don't have any.
I think your conscience would dictate that.
You're right. So the problem is they don't have values, but they convince themselves that they do. So it's like this psychological fuck thing. Like, I don't even know what to call it.
I think a lot of people don't have any fucking values, is the truth.
It's very, very difficult to keep acting on your conscience all the time.
Well, it comes down to the intelligence.
That's true.
Too. When you have dumb people, they only mostly care about themselves and their immediate family. And it's mostly like a greedy, materialistic kind of nature.
Go to work.
I agree. Yeah. I agree with you, but I'm going to say the exact same thing I said about the previous thing, and that is yes, but that's not the only way it happens because you have people who are extremely intelligent and the most self-serving. I think it's entirely separate from intelligence.
I think that's more because they came from wealthy upbringings.
No, I think when it comes to groups, I think that has to do more with intelligence. When it comes to individuals, I think that applies
personality.
Across the board. I think that applies pretty much across the board.
It's kind of a survival mechanism, like a squirrel hides nuts and everything like that. Like people hoard things because they think they can be without and stuff like that. They don't like.
Yes. I look at it as a personality dynamic. So personality exists outside of intelligence. You can have a dumb person that has a self-serving personality, or dumb people who are like, will give you the shirt off their back. And the same with intelligent people. I think that intelligence makes, if you have the personality to be self-serving, it's going to be way more evil because you're capable of more evil because you have so many methods to manipulate people.
Yeah, you just have more ways to be evil because you're smarter about it. But there's no correlation between being stupid or dumb and being evil.
I agree personally. Yes.
I was talking to a girl today at work. She's a little shithead. She's one I usually have issues with, but she's been chill lately. But because she's really weak. She can barely lift 10 pounds without complaining. And I was like, "You're weak. You're small. Manipulation's the only thing you really have." And I was like, "I see you do it all the time." When she just starts laughing and shit like that, like I have her fully read. Like I was explaining to her, like I can read people. Like I'll read your actions, how you talk, how you word things.
Can you read me?
Well, if I was in person, I could read your body language.
You can't read me just through my voice?
I used to be able to do it, but not anymore.
A lot of it's body language, like how people walk, how they hold themselves, posture themselves.
What do you read about? What do you read about yourself?
We can't really. Let's just sit in the mirror,
it's almost impossible to view yourself objectively because you're tainted by all of these. Like your ego itself is like all like a deflection from reality. It's like
I'm like the INFJ, so like I'm very judging of myself. So I always beat the shit out of myself, thinking the worst. Like self-confidence at times is at a low.
I don't put a lot of stock into Myers-Briggs, honestly, myself. Because
I like it as the roadmap. They kind of lay out where your strengths and your weaknesses are for your personality or your traits and stuff like that.
I think it's useful in certain contexts. I don't consider it like perfect. Yeah. I don't think it's like all a person is, but I do think that there is commonalities. There's little links. And I do, in short, I do believe that it gauges something. Not perfectly, but it does.
Like mine's intuition. Like I'm very introverted, intuitive tend to be. Judging and INFJ.
You're feeling. I am.
Feeling,
thinking.
judging. Yeah.
No,
No,
I got
feeling and
I got
thinking.
two. I took it twice. I got
Yeah, you're
INT.
TJ.
No, INT. What INTJ and INTP.
So you are an INTP.
Well, it gave both. So that's what I'm saying. That kind of makes me
Oh,
question.
well,
I
no,
took it
that's
twice, and I got two
actually.
different.
Yeah,
answers.
but that should make you consider it more legitimate, not less, because people aren't like it's a spectrum. If you get both, that means that you are very close to that middle gradient between the two.
What would be the INT part stayed the same. It was the J and the P that changed.
You're introverted.
Yes, that
and
means
introverted intuition.
Yeah. So to me, that's a good thing. That shows that the test is. I'm not going to say it's perfect because I don't.
I'm not saying it's completely bullshit, but it obviously can't gauge everything, right?
Well, no,
you're truthful with yourself.
I think that you're misunderstanding what it does. Like it's
trying to hone in on the main personality traits.
Yes, but your F and your J, they're not like you're this or you're that, because humans don't exist like that. Everything is a spectrum. It's not off or on.
Well, according to the test itself, you can only be one or the other. Like,
what if you do answer the question one day, go back the next?
I don't think you can have to. I don't think you have to.
No. That's not what I mean. What I mean is, think of it as a spectrum. Think of the I. What's the other one? And I think
it was INTJ and then INTP. So you could say INTJP.
So P and the J.
I don't remember even what they stood for. One was like perception.
Yes, each of them are a spectrum. Each of the four are one or two letters, and those two letters in that slot is a spectrum between two different extremes. So if you take tests and you get two different answers, most of the time most of those letters should stay the same.
Well, yeah, they did. The first three remained the same. The INT part. Yeah.
Exactly. So the one that you flip is because you are on a
somewhere
spectrum.
Between J and P, something in the middle of that.
Yes. Think of like -10 and 10 is it. You're at the 0 mark on that last one. And that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Like I said, I hold it with a kind of a grain of salt. I'm not saying it's completely like bullshit.
Right.
Can you not turn up the day after you've done that test and been told you're INTJ and some traumatic experience has affected you, and you take the test
I don't think it's even checking for things like that. You're saying your personality could change based on like some fucking life experience? Maybe.
No, the test could change.
I mean, because you're either extroverted or introverted. I don't think
the test results could change.
Yes, but your personality can change due to a traumatic experience. In fact, what you just said is absolutely true, and we have documented like cases of this happening.
People getting kicked by a horse or something like that in the head,
or any like getting raped, for example, like anything traumatic.
The accidental genius. He got like mugged by people, and they punched him in the head and made him into a genius.
No.
Yeah,
that is crazy.
Well, I bet for him too.
I'd have to look into that.
Be like a normal guy your whole life, and then all of a sudden you get socked in the fucking head, and you can like crunch calculus.
My brother.
Like it's nothing.
I would have to say that I'm very skeptical about that one. I'd have to look into it. Like
my brother went.
That sounds like one of those things that's like highly exaggerated.
My brother went from an apprentice on a building site to falling off the roof and landing on some bricks to apply him for the boss's job in 9 months. He ended up in 2 years working for the government. He's thick as shit.
It's called acquired savant syndrome, a rare condition where the ordinary person develops extraordinary sudden talents in math, art, or music following a traumatic brain injury.
So what the fuck? That has massive implications. That means that you can damage a specific part of the brain,
and it rewires
and it works better.
What the hell? Maybe it's because of emotion and logic are two different things that commonly fuck with one another. Maybe if you destroy the emotional aspect of the brain, you become like a Star Trek. What are those?
I don't think so. I don't think it's like some Spock shit. I
think I know the ones.
No, because there's
the Borg.
I don't think I think they don't fully understand why that happened.
Maybe. I don't know.
I'm
just completely shooting shit in the air because I don't understand it. Like, it's strange. To me, it sounds
no,
like
it's because we don't fully understand why that happened.
That's what happened to him anyway.
Yeah, there's 3 causes on here of different people where it happened.
that is interesting. I need to dig into that.
I don't know what like IQ stuff and all that is with him. I just know that he went from a bog standard teenager to like super duper in no time. Yeah.
Savant.
That's I'm not going to claim it's a fact, but that's my automatic go-to, like, not knowing anything about it. My assumption is that something pertaining to emotional thinking in some way was damaged in the brain, because theoretically, if that happens, you view the world almost perfectly objectively, like without the taint of your personal values or, like caring about.
I think he would find it difficult to view the world objectively because he's a deacon.
Nobody views the world objectively.
Catholic.
No,
Church.
I know.
I don't think there's a correlation between emotion and
I 100% do, because I've demonstrated it.
I know why
times.
you believe that, and I agree with the reason why you believe that. I just don't actually agree. I think it's a little bit more nuanced than that.
So you think there's more to it, is what you're saying?
I do.
Maybe.
I think
maybe
we should be able to figure out how to unlock those areas of the brain without, needing a kick to the head, or as Mouse say, Ed.
Just something.
There's many highly emotional. You could say even emotionally sensitive people, very intelligent. So, but the difference is they don't rationalize you with based on their emotion.
EQ and IQ. So you have your emotional intelligence, and then you have just actual intelligence.
Yes,
somebody can be very emotional intelligence and be dumb as a rock.
That's true, but I'm
not talking about EQ. I'm talking about somebody that is very highly emotional with also high intelligence.
Oh, absolutely. I would never say that they're mutually exclusive. However,
after a while, you become number to it, I think.
I believe that, like, okay, so I'm not talking about just intelligence as like your measurable IQ, for example. I'm talking about the end product. Like, because you can be a genius and have like a personality or like an emotional, I'm not saying all emotion, but specific types of emotion.
You can feel emotions very strongly.
Yes, and it can fuck with your ability to view reality correctly.
Or not.
Yeah, fog. It's like fog, kind of. It blurs to people's actual intentions and stuff.
Yes, and so what I would claim is, name an emotion that does not interfere with objective reality in one form or another. All emotion does it by its very nature.
Yeah, but the thing is, we can never see reality objectively anyway.
Yes, we can. So
no,
we're talking about two different things. So I'm not claiming that I myself can look out and view objective reality. That's not what we do anyway in science. We measure outside of our brains and our senses, and those measurements give us objective reality because it doesn't what?
It's testing for objective reality.
Yes, but if those tests come back and those tests aren't reliant on our subjectivity, and they're not in science, otherwise they would be thrown away.
No, they're relying on what tests show.
Yes, but if the measurement can't be like, if there's no, like, for example, rocks have, at least a specific type of rock has a specific chemical composition. We know this for a fact. Like, to make a claim that, like, well, you can't know that because we can't know anything, like, it
no, that's definitely not what I'm saying.
Isn't that solipsism thing again?
Well, I don't think that's what's happening. I think I'm not completely understanding him.
Okay.
I think I could be wrong.
No, I wasn't making an argument for solipsism. What I'm saying is,
okay.
No, what I'm saying is I don't believe although there is a correlation between irrational thinking and high emotion, that doesn't always mean that people who don't feel emotions highly can't put them aside and think rationally either.
I agree. That I'll agree with. However, I think that percentage-wise, people who are either have damaged emotions or have less, I don't know, like brain reactivity in those regions, I think that they're percentage-wise more likely to think logically. In fact, I think that's like the most obvious like observation ever. Like, because they don't have to contend with those emotions. They don't have to learn to block them at specific times. You know,
I'm not saying. I'm saying. I think everything we do in some way or another, is tied to our emotions in some way or another.
Yeah, so it is true that values don't even exist without some emotion. Like you don't like. You could say, why would you even want to exist? Like
your motivation for existing is emotional in nature. So
yes,
yeah, everything you
true.
do on some levels is emotional. Your motivation for everything and anything you do is emotional on some level.
That's true, but then we're talking about two different things slightly.
Right, but that's but that's not really what I'm saying. Is although that is true, you don't necessarily being highly emotional doesn't always necessarily correlate with being less rational. That's all I'm saying.
I agree with that. I'm not saying that it's a 100.
It just tends to be because people feel emotions strongly that it overrides rationality.
Yes, I'll agree with that because of your inclusion of the word necessarily before correlate. So if you were to take that out and say that you don't think there's a correlation at all, I'm going to disagree. But
no, there obviously is because a lot of people, it's easier to react on emotion than to be rational about things. Like, because it's just easier. Yes. We naturally feel emotions. It comes naturally. As we're being rational doesn't necessarily come naturally.
Yes,
as feeling emotions, it's an automatic response to things. Like being rational is not.
Yes, but that's subjective because some people have like a sort of genetic hardwiring to be more emotional or more rational. So there is variation. I don't think that we're all. I don't know if we agree on this, but I don't think that we're all a blank slate at birth. That we just like we grow up and like our experience in life is what makes us who we are. Because I don't.
Obviously,
there is science to show that some things, like some memories of gained knowledge, is passed through DNA from one generation to the next.
Even morality, like everything, like almost everything we are. I'm not going to make a claim that like it's like 80% of all we are, because that would be crazy. But more than most people think, there's a ton of genetics in everything, including our personality, including our morality, everything.
That's what evolution does.
Yes.
Simple as that. It's not hard.
Some people don't believe in evolution, so
yeah, well, that's good enough. Their genetics kind of fucked up. Yeah.
What's funny is like right now
even if they don't believe in evolution, they still believe in heredity. Yeah.
Well, like look at climate change right now. It's about to get freaking super hot, hotter than ever before here for humans, and there are people still going, "Nope, climate change ain't real."
Yeah.
Well, we still have that politician who I'll never fucking forget that brought in a snowball. No, it was a politician, not Wim Hof.
Yeah, Wim Hof. Or no, wait.
No, you're talking about the Wim Hof method.
Yeah, Wim Hof is the dude that was the Iceman guy.
The ice guy.
Hof too, but I can't.
A politician took a snowball into was it Congress or somewhere?
Yes, it was like some sort of Congress, and like he literally brought a snowball in and threw it at him and said, "How about that global warming?" Like he thought he made a point.
You thought he made a point?
Oh, is that who that was?
Yeah, it's Jim Imhoff from Oklahoma.
Oh, there you go. What a div. People voted for that.
There's a lot of truth to that, Mama Dingo.
So it wasn't Wim Hof, but it was Inhofe. Jim Inhofe.
Yeah, and that dude had this most smug, like he literally thought he was he's like, gotcha. Like he has no idea how stupid he is.
Yeah, I saw a video of it. It was funny as fuck. I gotcha.
Like, does he think like that's an obvious straw man? But I want to know, in his head, does he believe that people that believe in climate change think that There's no such thing as cold in the world anymore.
So I got a little thing about that. I don't know the guy, but he might have come from an area of coal mining, and all the
Maybe.
people in the coal miners voted for him. He has to back him.
It's that does happen a lot, and that
It has
would
to.
be
Our
Yeah.
pretty
No.
All the
illegal.
stupid.
Come on, all the
Even-
politicians do it. No
Going back-
politician who's comes from an area who've got like 8 coal mines in an area are going to go, let's vote that we don't use coal anymore. No politician's going to do that. They're all going to back it. That was his way of doing it.
Of course.
He was just an idiot way of doing it.
Well,
And-
also, at least in the States, coal is one of those big industries that pays off both sides. So even your Democrats that claim to care about climate change won't do a fucking thing because they're getting paid off by the same people.
What did
Oh,
you see
right.
about the new coal mines being opened up?
Okay.
Patrol's pushing about $700 million supposedly in new coal.
No.
No.
Yeah, there was a big thing here just a couple days ago about him putting a whole shitload of investment in the coal power plants.
That's fucked up. I thought we were way past that.
The Republicans got to take us back 50 years.
Well, they're closing all the science things down, aren't they?
Yep.
A lot of people
mean,
keep saying
You've got. Sorry.
Well, a lot of the top
You're good.
scientists are just disappearing or offing themselves mysteriously.
That's true. And I still don't want to make any claims as to why, because we don't know, but there's a lot of evidence to suggest that a lot of top scientists are disappearing.
They're going abroad.
Are we going to
I don't
speculate
know.
on why
They're
that
not
might
allowed.
be?
You have got.
Not letting
you've
them
got-
leave, Mal.
I
When they get to the airport, they
personally-
get stopped.
No, that's a good point. Yeah.
I don't need like a fact to speculate, but I need
Mm.
some information to lead me in a direction, and I have nothing, so I'm completely neutral. Like I need more information.
You've got the best
Which you're
science
not
in the
going to
world
get
when you do it
anymore.
right.
Okay,
Denzel.
well let's zoom out a little bit. Who might it benefit for something like that to be going on?
The current administration and the people who back him. Like Trump is not the guy running the country. He
He's
is
a
puppet
figurehead.
for the people really. There is some shadow like.
He's
animal
a
background.
figurehead for his yes.
Yeah, like there is a shadow government that runs in the background that nobody knows who they are. They're completely secretive, and that's for their best interests. Is nobody knows who they are, but they call all the shots.
Now,
You've
are they a
got- you've
government
got-
of? Are they a government of the United States, or are they a government that unites other governments, or what are we talking
No,
about?
I
here?
think they're probably
Are they
for their
international?
own interests.
You
Like,
have a view that's very, very close to mine, but I lean a little bit toward they're not secret, shadowy people never heard of. I
Well,
think that the
it-
people you're
it is people
describing are people like Peter Thiel.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Peter Thiel and
I
the guy
think-
from the Heritage
yes.
Foundation.
I
I
think
think
it's a combination of both.
I think we know who they are because the people that have that
But you don't
kind
see
of
them
power
as the leaders,
have
though.
now that I agree.
They're
with.
in the shadows, basically.
Well, I would say
you're
it's
calling
your
shots,
it's a
really.
combination of knowns and unknowns. I would say
Yeah.
would be most likely.
Well,
So
I'm sure there's,
the
like,
reason
Rockefeller.
why I disagree is because it's impossible in this day and age to have money. You have to have money to have that level of power, and you can't have that much money
Well,
and hide it.
There's a few people that don't have to disclose their wealth, like Saudi princes and stuff like that. There's a
That's
lot of people-
true. It's
like
rare,
Putin.
but yeah. But people know about it.
The old
like
money.
You don't know the actual number like Putin. Some people think that he's actually the wealthiest person in the world.
Well,
but-
that's like the princes of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, but when you're
They're-
talking about
they have
people, when
like-
you're talking about true power, you're getting into like rules don't apply at that
That's
point.
true.
When
Oh,
you're
yeah,
talking
there's-
about real power, like
Yes,
you're talking.
but my point
There's no
is that
consequences
no
for
matter
their actions.
how powerful they are and what they can do, whatever, they cannot hide that level of wealth. Like a
Well,
Saudi
then-
prince, you won't know the exact amount of money a Saudi prince makes, but you're not gonna like not know that Saudi prince is fucking wealthy. You
I've
can't.
seen
Like,
them.
you can't
They
hide
are
that.
loaded. They are silly money.
Uh,
A friend of mine taught a Saudi prince's son. He was only 12, right? How to play snooker. Professional guy. Taught this guy. They paid for this guy, helicoptered him to London, paid for him to stay in the best hotel in London. I can't remember what his name was. All this guy. They paid him loads of money. They gave him a 50 grand watch. And
well, those are
his
public
son-
figures. You were talking about
No,
public figures.
No, this is a Saudi guys, right?
Yeah.
There's like
this
18
kid
Saudi
wanted to go
princes.
shopping, right? So his father gave him 200 grand to go shopping. The kid is 12, right? The kid bought a Jag, to drive around London with, and he had to have a chauffeur in it, obviously, because he's 12, right? And at the end of the day, he told the chauffeur, keep the car, I can't be bothered selling it, I'll just
Or
keep it.
take it home. Yeah.
He just gave it.
Wow.
Yeah, like
Well, the point is,
I'm
then
talking 40 years ago.
oh, Mal, that's
that's
common in
a
Saudi
public
Arabia.
figure, but imagine people who are not even in the public eye. Like,
Well, he's
No,
a
if you know
12-year-old.
Saudi
you can-
Arabia,
so-
like if you're a natural born Saudi Arabian person, you get a chunk of the oil revenue. Every national born Saudi gets an oil check. So their average income is like right now it's probably booming. Like they're probably making $300,000-$400,000 a year just from oil money each person. That's national born, and they use a lot of imported, like basically slave labor from other countries that do all the labor.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
And it's even more with the Strait of Hormuz being blocked.
Well, that's what I mean. That's why they're making buku bucks now because the price of oil's fucking through the roof. So they're sitting at a premium.
Oh, yeah, I've seen these kids just give the doorman like a handful of it's just an insane wad of cash.
But
they just
like,
out the
in
pocket.
that country, like
of that,
us, like if we were all national born Saudi Arabians, we would have so much money. We'd be driving Lambos and Porsches around and just.
You would have about 10 of them. Yeah,
exactly. It's crazy.
And you would also have some really,
going back
really
to the
poor
rational versus logical or versus emotional. I mean, I think a lot of people's rationales on things or reasons why they the reasons behind their rationales are emotional. Like,
so the reason behind the rationale can be emotional, and I completely agree with that. But the rationale itself, or the logic behind it, isn't necessarily.
Well, it takes
but see, you can have two different, like say you could have two opposing ideas that are both rational, but they're complete opposites of each other, and both could be rational.
I completely agree with you. So I think the important thing is whether or not they know they can hone the emotion to use it for those ends, and they separate the emotion when dealing with like truth claims, for example.
Can they both be logical?
Well, that's my point. You can have two. You could have two opposing views on something, and have completely logical, rational reasons for believing both those things. But
I agree on certain things, but some things, like not everything.
Obviously, that does not apply to everything, or everything would be equally rational. That's not true. We know that.
Okay, just making sure. But
right, but I think I'm being clear on saying that that's not what I'm saying. Like I'm saying that
So somebody's argument could be.
You could have two opposing arguments that are opposing one another, and both are very rational arguments. And but they both have their own emotional rationale for supporting those arguments.
Surely they can't both be logical. One of the premises.
No. They can both be logical, but neither one of them necessarily has to be even true.
Or not.
Okay.
So
it could have pros and cons either or.
Yes. So what can happen is there's a topic that we simply do not know for a fact. And there's like evidence that actually seems to point in both directions. And this actually happens surprisingly often.
It happens a lot. That's why you have so many fucking opposing worldviews.
Yes. But like some of those worldviews are just based on.
No, a lot of them are bullshit.
Yes.
Yeah. And nobody's arguing that, but a lot of them are.
Yes, but a lot of worldviews aren't based on truth claims at all. Like, for example, Jainism is entirely moral. It's entirely based on emotion. There is no rationality to be had. There's no
for what's the example?
Jainism.
I think.
What is Jainism?
Jainism is one of the.
It's a religion that it's like they're like ultra empathetic. They won't kill insects, for example. Like, that's all I know about them. But
they can kill microorganisms every day, like in their fucking body.
No, that's
I don't know.
They even prevent that. So they put cheese claws over their drinking glass so they don't drink microbiome organisms.
Well, you know what? The problem is that they can't stop it on a microscopic level, but that's ridiculous.
They think they're doing
but it's better than going around chopping people's heads off.
I would say definitely it's better than killing people, sure, but it's extreme. It's also extreme. He's right. To his point, they're both extreme, and one is more harmful. I will agree with that. That doesn't make it less extreme. Or to the point, that doesn't make it less irrational. It just makes it less violent.
Well, hold on. I don't know if it's necessarily irrational, because it seems like, and correct me if I'm wrong, your gauging of rational is based entirely on majority rule here.
Not me.
So what is it based on?
It's based on whether or not it makes sense or not.
But there's nothing like that violates logic based on, like, again, I don't know all about them, but just that they don't want to kill living things.
No, I get that they don't want to kill living things, right? But the reality, the true reality is, no matter what they do to prevent that, they're going to be killing something.
Yes, but that's like,
and they're trying to minimize that as much as possible, I suppose, for
yes,
whatever.
So
there's some twisted sense of morality, I suppose.
Yes, but that's not contradictory. It's like saying, like, oh, there's a
as long as they don't think that they're completely like mitigating all fucking all.
I don't think they do. It's almost like
if they thought
like,
that, then yeah, you could say that's fucking crazy. It still kind of is crazy, but whatever.
It's
nuts. Let's be honest. It's fucking crazy.
I personally think that it's crazy, but
of course it's fucking crazy.
I think Jainism.
I can't say that it's objectively crazy because I can't point to anything that's flawed.
Listen, man, let's cut the rhetoric for a second. That's fucking nuts. Like that's crazy. Like we can stop with the the skeptic rhetoric and all that shit. Like that's fucking crazy, bro. Like, let's be honest.
Out of all the religions, Jainism is about the only one I can actually see some positive to.
Yeah, I will argue. I'll agree with you on that. At least they're not killing people, but that doesn't make it less fucking crazy. It just makes it less violent.
No, they're religious. They're all crazy.
It's still nuts, but at least it's not violent. I'll agree with you on that, but it's fucking crazy.
That's why we have secularism, and that's why no religion.
It's stupid because what they're literally going against nature itself. Everything eats each other. Like, and I'm not saying that you.
It's with a food chain. I mean, we're at the top of our.
Or you could take that to extreme, and you literally have like fucking Hitler style fucking ideologies and shit too. Based, could say, oh well, it's based on survival of the fittest. Whoever might is right. Which
imagine if we had the survival instincts of like cannibal tribes in the jungle, and we all started just fucking eating each other.
The point is, there's all kinds of fucking ideologies and everything in between, and the way we rationalize these things is based on our own fucking our own emotions, our own fucking subjective value systems.
Hence, morals being subjective, not objective.
Well, we can't truly say that because, to Traub's point, there's no way to truly know that. If there was an objective,
if there's no way to truly know it, it can't be objective, can it?
No. Just because we don't know something doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Exactly.
I didn't say that.
Which is why people can argue for God and all kinds of other stuff. Just because like microbes and stuff existed before we knew about them. Like people were getting sick, we just didn't know why. So these things existed before we knew what they were. So
they're just my asthmas, and they're from the evils of the underworld.
The point is, that's how they used to describe the natural world, based on fucking gods and all kinds of shit that they couldn't understand. But that doesn't mean that there aren't. That doesn't mean that there aren't those things just because we don't know. Those things could also be true. We just don't know. We have
the god of the gaps, like as humanity turned to science, where it was repeatable tests that could prove things. Like if I discover something, I have to write it down in a way that somebody else can follow those directions and get the same exact results as I got, and then that's a concrete fact of science, a scientific theory.
Well, that's how science works. Yeah, you can't have proof.
Science
unless you do. The only proof you can have is in mathematics. I can write a proof out. Nobody else can. You won't find a chemist writing a proof.
Well, you can't. I mean, you could prove something mathematically, but you can't. You could create mathematical models that do not represent reality. Like,
of course not. Yeah, all
string theory.
Yeah, models.
All kinds of shit. Like, and they're trying to fill in the gaps between things that they know and they don't know, which is what we're doing now. Like with theoretical physics and shit like that. They're trying to prove. They're trying to create models of reality.
Discover things like by putting those numbers in that, see if you get some kind of a reaction and see what is capable.
Well, yeah, they're like saying they're testing them out to see if they could. But a lot of the shit that we believe in, we cannot actually test in real time.
And like a lot of material science is great. Like that takes us so far. Like material science has got us.
It is true.
And you look at the Renaissance and the Enlightenment period, and a lot of those, if you really look into it, a lot of those people were like super heavy into like esotericism and. Depending on what you think about that, like the idea is that they were gaining early insights into reality using not the scientific method, but whatever you could call it.
The problem with that is that you can't separate it. Science isn't this like some people consider it like a religion. Science is basically just using your brain. That's all it is. Like
it's a process.
Well, science is a method. It's a science. Science is a method,
but it existed before
It's a field of study.
what we call the fields of science. It's always existed.
No. The method itself is but I'm talking about the actual early discoveries.
Well, like Louis Pasteur figuring out that there's bacteria and things, and then if you boil it, you kill off bacteria.
Yes, and the problem with like pointing back to like esoteric practices or something is you, in order to make that claim, and you can make it could be true.
I didn't really make a claim yet, but I am making a correlation between the two.
Okay. But so what I would say is, if you were to make a claim that it was the esotericism that like outside of like science, you would have to somehow separate the human ability to use science, even with esoteric beliefs, in order to make that claim. And I don't think anyone can, because science has existed forever.
The scientific method, the potential for it has always existed. It's just a method.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
The oldest forms.
Yeah. But however, they weren't the scientific revolution. The scientific revolution is mainly characterized not by the method itself, but by the vast amount of new discoveries that were happening in a short little window of time.
I agree
that cities have grown to such a point where they had an abundance of people, and then you're more likely to get your gifted individuals.
You could come up with a number of different reasons why. All I'm saying is I'm just pointing out that a lot of those.
Also, you had the building of knowledge on the shoulders of other people.
Again, you could rationalize it in any way you like.
Science in its current form
has only been around about 500 years. It's not one point pointing a direction. It's many points all pointing an accumulation of factors.
So I would say that the way that anyone should look at it if they're trying to ascertain what led to specific things is you have to try to isolate all other variables. This is a claim that I made with when people tried to make the claim that atheists in history that committed genocides and shit like Stalin, and those are true. But if you were to make the claim, for example, that it's because they're atheist, you need to defend that in some way. You need to show.
They just treated the state as like the religion was the state.
Yeah.
Yes,
but they treated themselves like an emperor, and they were God, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with atheism itself.
Exactly. So the same applies to anything you think about, like the whole concept of esotericism or religion or anything like that.
Where I was going with that is if they were gaining insights into reality through esoteric means and then later concealing that with the scientific method, it really wouldn't be a way to know one way or the other. That's all I'm saying.
There wouldn't. So one thing that we do have.
I'm not saying that to go down that rabbit hole. I am saying that there is no way to know that.
Oh, and absolutely.
The reality is a lot of them were heavily into that kind of shit.
Yes, well, there's no way to know for sure, but there is ways to gauge what is more likely. For example, in each of these cases.
You could name more reasons for why it's not likely, but that still doesn't necessarily make one or the other true.
Well, I would never make the claim that it's true or false. I would just
say you're just going to say we have more reasons for why this is likely over this, because our worldview doesn't fit. Those things don't fit into a rational worldview, or it doesn't fit into a scientific worldview.
It has nothing to do with the worldview. It has to do with what's more likely.
Right, but what we consider more likely or not is whether it's scientifically viable or not. There is no scientific viability for the supernatural. So anything esoteric would fit under the supernatural. So you would automatically say there's nothing viable about that.
But in a very ironic sort of twist, you could set up a scientific experiment to gauge the viability of the esoteric and do it well. In fact, you could do it by asking, what would things look like if esoteric things somehow led to certain things coming into existence?
Well, see, and that's the nature of it, though. It's not the same as science. Obviously, it's not.
Absolutely, but we can gauge it, though, by, for example.
Yeah, but see, science, we expect things to behave the same way consistently, and I don't believe it necessarily works that way with something like esotericism.
Yes, I know what you're saying, and I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, if it were esotericism, what you would expect to see is that these things would just crop up out of nowhere. Someone would pioneer something and not have scientific explanations that was grounded in reality. And
no, you would think, but
we've never seen that. We've always had, hey, this is how I got from here to here to here, and it's because I discovered this first. That's always been the case.
So it's sad, right?
So what would
basically magic isn't real?
What would like I'm not saying it's impossible, but I would need some sort of example of that not happening to think otherwise.
Well, yeah, because you're assuming, for you could say with good reason, that all these bases for the building blocks for science started based on discoveries that they made using the scientific method. And I'm saying perhaps that's not always the case. Maybe it built on, maybe
it wasn't.
Yeah, and I'm saying,
but what I'm saying is not just the invention or whatever we're talking about in question, but what led to the invention. We can trace back to every tiny little detail. If it were esoteric in nature, we wouldn't be able to do that, and we can always do that.
Well, no, because they always have some explanations to how they came up with this idea or this or that.
Yes, but we can test those explanations and repeat them, and if they're bullshit,
right? No. We can say these are true, but can we really say that's how they arrived at this? We can't truly say that.
Not 100%, but
and I'm talking about the foundational stuff. Is what I'm
like. The earliest stuff was cooking and brewing. Like we learned like our methods from like cooking.
Well, I'm not saying I'm not saying you should believe in anything. And just throwing out ideas.
And that's fine. I'm all about that, especially if they're different than like if we're all agreeing, then I'm all about someone throwing out some shit that goes against everything we're agreeing.
No. That's all I'm doing. I'm not saying that's more likely or any. No, I'm just saying if something like that were the case, we wouldn't really be able to know one way or the other anyway. And if that was going on, that would fundamentally change every fucking thing.
That is true. I agree with
like
that.
Scientific
not saying it is, not saying that is the case, but just something to think about.
Scientific method hasn't been around long, a few hundred years is all.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think the method's been longer. It just wasn't applied in the same way.
Yeah, it wasn't known as an.
It wasn't applied into technology. I don't think it was applied towards technology as much as it was during the scientific revolution.
It was reserved more for people like in the early stages, like Aristotle and stuff like that. That were the.
We're talking about even before them. Even before them, they understood the placements of the stars and the constellations very well.
So
with
it depends
mathematical
on what
precision.
Yeah, they didn't know what the scientific method was.
It depends on what we're talking about when we say science.
They weren't calling it that.
If we're if we're talking about every single aspect of the method as we have it today, yes.
You and I are talking about the Renaissance, the scientific revolution.
Yes.
Which is that's not the advent of the scientific method. It's not. And we're not, I don't think we're saying that. Science has always existed is the reality.
Exactly.
People have always been able to rationalize and to extrapolate on those.
Science was here before we were.
So the scientific method has existed as long as we have, I believe.
No.
I don't know if I would say the scientific method. I would say science.
Maybe science itself, which some crude version of the scientific method. We observe things. Basically, what is science? It's the study of what is observable. We've always measured reality by what we can observe and sense, and that's how we can tell. Yes. That's how we understand the world.
Yeah, I suppose I could rephrase it by saying in its rigorous form, the way it is.
No, the refinement of the scientific method. Yeah, we're talking. Yeah, that's different.
So I agree with that. I agree that. Yeah, sure.
The use of rationality to understand
the world. It is observation at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, like basic cooking or cooking with precise recipe. I mean, the precise recipe is like a certain scientific formula that's.
I'm just saying, if something like that were the case, what I just mentioned earlier, and there would really be no way to know that, but that would really fundamentally change everything we think we know about shit. That's all.
There's ways to get at whether that's even likely or whatever. Like I wouldn't say 100%, but like for example, there are ways to tell like the supernatural, for example. if there were ghosts, and a lot of people go, well, you can't see. Like, not everything we measure is just vision or just touch.
No.
We can measure
let's
a
just
lot.
say it's quantifiable in some aspect.
Exactly. And if ghosts, for example, existed, we would have numerous methods.
You would think, unless, but then again, that's under the assumption that they have to obey our rules of
being. So
for
that
like 300.
that I'll completely agree with, but I completely agree with you. But I would also say, why would anyone believe that anything exists without obeying the exact same laws that we do? Why would you think that?
Well, why is it he wouldn't believe anything? I suppose there's things they don't understand and that they can't explain.
Yes, but the more you understand, the less likely certain things become.
Like people.
Yeah, but also you could also say the more we understand, the more we realize that we do not understand, and the wider our gaps in knowledge, or the wider the gaps in knowledge become, because we understand just how much we really never understood in the first place. That is continually happening.
I completely agree with that on a general level, but not on specifics. There are specific things that are almost impossible.
It depends. Everything's not general. I mean, it depends on what you're referring to, what you're talking about.
Yes. Like me personally, I wouldn't consider myself an expert, but I spent about a decade of my life desperately wanting the supernatural to exist. And
why?
Because I was a freaking emo goth kid that like thought it was cool as fuck.
Oh, you thought it was like edgy or something like?
Yes.
Yeah, he did drugs in the graveyard.
And so no, I never did drugs.
And you know the fucked up thing, I already know where you're going with this, but the reality is, no matter what your belief is now, there's no way to know that whether it actually did exist or not.
No, it's true that there's no way to know, but I don't deal in 100%. I deal in likelihood.
Right, and you say based on what you can perceive, it's more likely that is not real.
But yeah, I kind of had the same theory.
Not just yes, but not just what I perceive.
So you test the things to see if ghosts are real, like going to so-called
but see these things. That's assuming that they're allowing you to test them like that. If you're truly dealing with something that is like beyond your comprehension. I'm not just talking about ghosts, but whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to. You can't assume that it's going to follow whatever fucking rules you're trying to place on it either. As like nature would.
Because the whole universe follows the same.
Because you're talking about something that doesn't follow the rules of nature by definition. It's super.
People's definition of ghosts are like they walk into a room and a bowl falls off a shelf.
I'm not even talking about ghosts. Let's just call that like you could call that paranormal phenomena. Paranormal.
Okay. The laws of nature. In physics, are called the laws of physics for a reason.
Right? Yeah, because they obey laws because they're consistent. Right. That's why it's a law. These things wouldn't necessarily obey any type of law, any consistent laws that we.
Okay, so I will say, so what you're saying I can't factually claim that you.
I'm not saying any of this is real. We're just talking for the sake of talking.
And I cannot factually disprove it, but I would say there's no good reason to hold a belief that cannot be falsified, because if by definition.
Unless you were to have experienced something like this, then I would agree with you.
Well, no, there's a problem.
You can't experience it.
If you experience something, you have to counter the possibility that it's your brain malfunctioning somehow, which happens all the time.
That's true. That is true.
Like a sound,
however,
or wind, or
you can't experience it in reality. Otherwise, these things, whatever they are, that are outside of our laws of physics and understanding, etc., wouldn't be able to interact with us.
That's not true. That's again placing limitations. That's placing limitations on them that wouldn't necessarily exist.
Absolutely. Same the other way. I can't go into another realm.
No, you can't, because you'd be more limited. Say that, but we're not talking about something that's limited like you or me. Like.
It doesn't matter. It still has to follow the laws of the universe.
It doesn't. It wouldn't. Otherwise, it wouldn't necessarily have to follow those rules. But we're getting.
Then it wouldn't be part of our universe, so it doesn't matter.
Well, what we're talking about is it wouldn't, but it'd be able to interact with us.
No, it has to be part of our. It would have to.
It wouldn't have to be. No, let's just say it comes in and out of. It can come and go.
Right. So it's obeying our laws.
No, it's not. It's able to. Let's just say it's able to interact with the world, but it doesn't have to obey the laws necessarily.
Of course it does. Otherwise, it can't interact.
No, that's one thing. That's why it would be paranormal. It's doing things that shouldn't be. It shouldn't. Exactly. Doing things it shouldn't be able to do would be the idea.
Theoretically, I could say that it's at least a possibility.
We're just talking about ideas. Nobody's saying one thing.
However, the problem is, and the way my mind works, at least, you have to counter for possible bias.
Correct.
Or
correct. You can't just assume that that's real just because you experience something you don't understand.
Yes,
I agree with that.
And with that, anything that cannot be falsified, and if something by definition does not engage with reality in the same way you do or obey the same laws that we do, can never be falsified, because you could always.
It can't.
Exactly. Then there's no good reason to believe it. Like
a unicorn.
Well, that's based on the way you think.
I can't say.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, but I would say.
I know. Okay, so let me reword.
That's your personal bias.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. I wouldn't call it bias.
And I get that.
I would say that it's subjective, and that is my opinion. Yes.
Yes, and I understand why that's your opinion, because you don't like the idea of believing things you can't understand or can't know. I get that.
No. I love things that I don't understand. It's that if something is unfalsifiable,
yeah, but you can't quantify it. You can't disprove or prove. Like there's no point. There's no point in entertaining such a thing in your mind.
Exactly. Yes. If you can't prove or disprove something, what's the purpose of?
What's the purpose of believing something you can't falsify?
Why hold the belief in the first place if you can never know whether it's true or untrue?
No, and I wouldn't even say holding the belief like solidly. I would say holding the possibility of things outside of our.
So maybe if there's something like there's proof and evidence. Proof is 100%. Evidence is not necessarily.
Yeah, right.
If you have some evidence, maybe, but just like I think there's such thing as being too open-minded.
No, there absolutely is. I mean, goddamn, if you're too open-minded, you can believe anything, which means you could believe in any kind of fucking ridiculous thing possible.
That's what the paranormal is.
That's what I'm saying. There's always extremes to things, but I wouldn't.
In the paranormal, everything is allowed.
But it's like the people believe Bigfoot, or they think ancient aliens, or the Loch Ness monster.
Look, there's anything and everything in between that you could believe in these days.
Anything's allowed in the paranormal.
Well, I mean, when you start getting into things like that, again, I think that's why you stick to a more pragmatic, tactile worldviews, because when you start going down rabbit holes like that, it can get into anything, and there's no need to do that when there's no way to know.
Paranormal is literally anything is allowed. I can't falsify anything to do with the paranormal. Nothing. There's nothing I can do. If you bring up something in the paranormal, like a flying teapot going around Mars, it's a
the ideas themselves, because there's no way to test any of that. There's no way to know any of that.
Right. So that's the paranormal.
Yeah, but
everything's allowed.
I wouldn't say that it automatically it would be irrational to entertain those ideas, but again, you see people who take it to the extreme.
I disagree. Like this is a semantic thing, but rationality is literally defined by what comports with reality. So yes, that is, if it cannot be falsified, it is by definition irrational.
I would consider what makes sense, and because a lot of times when they were like a lot of these philosophers, when they're talking about the nature of reality, they start getting into things like basically they start to understand that they don't really understand the nature of reality, so they're positing all these different ideas of what the nature of it could or couldn't be.
So withholding judgment or not making a claim, I can agree with you.
That's all I'm saying.
But if you were to go out and make a positive claim in the beliefs of something that cannot be falsified, I don't think that by definition you could call that rational.
You could have reasons for believing it that make sense, even, but
it wouldn't be rational because it's emotional in nature.
Yeah,
rationality is entirely separate.
You could say that it makes sense, and that you might be inclined. I think our certain inclinations into believing things aren't even necessarily emotional based.
I feel like it. Therefore,
I think it depends. Some of our beliefs are emotional. Some of our beliefs are logical or rational. I think that not anything is both. It's like all of the above. Like they range all over the place. Like my belief that harming animals is emotional in nature, for example. That's why I'm a vegan. But
what about animals harming each other?
I don't see anything wrong with that because we have the capability. We have a very special. We're kind of special in that we have morality, and to our knowledge, we're the only ones that have it. But that also is a responsibility. If you have the,
oddly enough, that
go ahead.
No, I was say oddly enough, that falls in line with like the knowledge of good and evil. Like animals don't have that.
We are
kinda. I could see that.
Very much so, actually.
People, we are animals. Bonobos have morality.
Yeah, well, no, if you want to say we're animals, we're the only. Then you could word it this way: we're the only animal that has that understanding of that. The others don't.
But what I would say is some people try to turn that into like a speciesist sort of like a that makes us superior type way.
No, it just makes us. We just know more.
Yes, now that is true, and to me, that gives us responsibility, not dominance. Not might makes right. That
but these things are not evil. Like we admit that the animals aren't evil because they don't understand concepts like good and evil. So yet they're doing things that we would consider evil, having that knowledge. But they cannot be evil because they don't understand those things.
Exactly.
So might. Or orcas might.
And I would argue that it's not inherently evil for them to eat each other. It's necessary or they couldn't exist.
True, but that does not apply to us. So it's entirely like the only.
Well, I would say we're omnivores. And I would say it's not necessarily evil to eat meat because our teeth are designed and our digestive systems are designed to consume both.
All of that is incorrect. I've destroyed that argument.
Breaking down high cellulose plant matter.
So every single part of our body, including our teeth, is designed for eating plants. Every single one of them, and even our what we call canines aren't actually canines.
They're for fibers.
Exactly.
Yeah, but see. Other animals that are strictly herbivores, they can't digest meat.
No, hold on. Neither can we. In fact, we have to cook it. That's the only reason we can digest meat.
Well, there's people that actually live on like, not saying that you should, but like there's people like on raw meat diets and stuff. Like
and
sushi. I mean,
they have a lot.
I mean like even poultry, like ultra pasteurized poultry, and
don't listen to Maxie.
I'm not saying I would do that.
Well,
I mean,
for one, that's very dangerous. But to get to what I think your point is, yes, we did evolve over time to at least be able to break down meat.
Yeah, but we don't have the defenses.
Yeah, we're consuming nutrients from it too. Like we're able to absorb protein from meat and
that's
other
true,
nutrients.
Neutralize salmonella. We can't neutralize salmonella. We get salmonella.
We don't have the jaw power anymore to chase after a bloody sheep, rip its leg off, and chew it.
We don't have to.
Exactly, it has to be processed. Now.
Yes,
you should hear Mal telling about his stories of chasing mammoths back in the day.
Listen, I could understand. You could say moral reasons for being vegan.
Go ahead.
But I wouldn't say. I mean, you could even make an argument for eating meat is evil or whatever.
There's no argument against that.
It's evil.
It's not evil. There's no argument that has not been completely obliterated.
I would just say it's natural. If you could make the argument
that has nothing to do with morality.
Most of humanity.
Well, yeah, you could say if this is simply the way it is, then it's not good or evil. It's simply just a natural.
No, because then you're purposefully avoiding the fact that by virtue of supply and demand, there's literally sentient beings that are capable of feeling actual pain and suffering that are being enslaved, treated like shit, and murdered.
No. If you want to talk about the meat industry, that's a whole other fucking story.
No. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, I agree with you, but let's separate the meat industry.
Well, because what you're describing is the meat industry, which I agree it's abhorrent.
But even if we were to go outside of that, there's no escaping it because you are murdering an animal in order to eat its flesh.
No doubt. But that's exactly what the animals do to each other.
But again, we have the capacity for morality.
And yet,
agreed.
Which is why.
But again, and you get into something like whether it's right or wrong. does it violate your own conscience or not? Because a lot of people, that's their test of whether something's right or wrong.
Yes, and
I would say
actually, we
doesn't-
have evidence on this. It violates everyone's conscience because
It doesn't
is
violate
shown-
mine.
No, yes, it does. Because it has
Doesn't.
been shown, according to actual case studies, that people who are meat eaters engage in cognitive dissonance and constantly use mental gymnastics to try to avoid the discomfort they have because they know what they're doing is wrong.
Me.
I would say,
animals, but I'm gonna eat the hell out of them. I'm not gonna. Stop eating
I
them.
wouldn't even say it. I see what you're saying, but I wouldn't even necessarily call it dissonance. I think what's happening is we have a natural tendency to gravitate towards animals because we see them as like,
That we
do.
It's not.
We
Well, hold
like
on,
like somebody that
it's-
owns a pet. We're like, oh, that's cute. This is cute. I like this. This makes me feel good. But at the same time, they're eating meat, and they're like
if what you mean by natural is that it's been cultivated socially, I agree with you. If you
no. I mean, natural is in it's found in nature, like,
but not with humans. We originally were completely herbivorous, and that only changed because of the advent of cooking. And even
right,
then,
which you could say is a natural step in human evolution, if you wanted to say that.
Actually,
no,
discovering fire
because
and then
no,
cooking.
because if that were the case, it would have some sort of health benefits. And actually, according to case studies, both vegetarians and vegans live about 6 years longer on average than omnivores.
Oh God, I gotta listen to that for another 5 years. Oh, bloody hell.
Literally, there is no area in which meat eating has an advantage. When it comes to climate change, veganism wins.
Well,
When it comes to morality,
protein.
veganism wins. And when it comes to health, veganism
Yeah, but
wins.
see, there's case studies for everything. I could find an opposite case study.
No, you can't. I challenge you to find one.
The scientific consensus is that vegans do not inherently live longer than omnivores. While older, high-profile studies often suggest that vegetarians and vegans have a survival advantage. Modern and more rigorous research reveals a much more nuanced reality, and that's kind of what I suspect. When comparing a healthy vegan to a healthy omnivore, the gap in actual lifespan largely disappears. The relationship between diet and longevity breaks down into several key factors.
I want you to include this in the notes, if you would, because I want to look this over. But even if this is true, that's only one tiny part of a 3-branch thing, and the moral argument is by far the most powerful because there's no defeating that one.
And it would be
which is what exactly?
How many?
So, like, it's obvious. You're literally taking part in the enslavement and murder of other beings for your. It's not even just enjoyment.
No,
but
if you're talking
like,
about anybody who supports the meat industry, that is technically.
No. If you eat meat, you support the meat industry.
Correct.
There's no way out of that.
You're right. If you consume meat, like say at the grocery store or whatever, you're supporting the meat industry. Is what you're saying, yeah. And I agree with that.
And
you are
can't
in fact supporting the meat
from
industry.
that.
Now,
Yes,
if you were to farm your own animals, that would be different. You're not necessarily supporting the meat industry. That might be a different argument. Whatever.
I'm finding one study.
But I agree. The meat industry. I do agree. The meat industry. The meat industry itself is highly unethical. I agree with that.
But this is why I wanted to take that out for a moment, because let's say that it was the most, quote, humane, which is contradictory because there's no humane.
Because you're killing something humane.
Exactly. Well, there's no way to make that.
When they say humane, they mean with the least amount of pain possible.
I know, but
right, but you're still killing something.
It's about getting food into people, though.
Which is why they consider euthanasia humane.
So hold on. It's not about getting food into people. It's about getting unnecessary food into people.
Yes, and that's what you're saying. It's not necessary.
So like.
But then again, you could start saying.
And that was
hold on. No, that's incorrect. Meat has always costed more than any plant version of protein, and the plant version is.
It depends. I think, like in Mongolia, they actually eat more meat than meat is actually cheaper than.
There is certain places.
A pig alive is a refrigerator unit. It's keeping that meat good until you're ready to use it. That's what livestock were. They were basically walking refrigerators.
Now that is true, although that's no longer the case. But yes, that.
Well,
that
as far as the health reasons, that's kind of debunked. But if you want to speak from a strictly moral,
no. The has not been completely debunked because
well, I could give a lot
there's
of
several. That's one, and
and there's several to count. There's several to the country as well.
I haven't even looked into it yet, but I will.
That's the thing with all these rabbit holes. You could find fucking anything you want to find anymore,
like
to support whatever you want to think. And that's the problem with this information. That's the problem with living in the information age. You could
verify it.
Yes, you do, and that's why I don't.
It's like saying I found this.
Because not all information is equal, but it's being passed off as though it is. I could find fucking.
That is true.
I found a scientific paper that
you could find a fucking paper to say goddamn anything.
Yes, exactly. Compared to the thousand.
And that's the fucked up part of what. That's the part of bigger. That is a part of a bigger problem that we're facing as far as the information.
What you're looking for is consensus.
If it says the source is a YouTube video, that doesn't have really any
no, he's talking about actual like published papers. But point is, if you're coming at let's put the health reasons aside for a second. But if you're speaking strictly moral.
Well, to me, the every other climate change, I'm not saying it's not important. Health, I'm not saying it's not important, but those are by far like not nearly as significant. They're like minor in comparison.
But it would take a long time to phase it out. It's something you'd have to phase out over a long time if you want to get rid of the meat industry, basically.
It would
I don't think he believes that that's even feasible. I don't
think. It would require changing people's minds. And we already have the replacement. In fact, meat it takes about 500% the resources of what the exact same food would take. It requires more land. It requires more money, because the only reason why we have meat that's even somewhat affordable is because it's bankrolled by the government. It's completely yes, exactly.
There's just no way to convince the masses not to eat meat.
I know, but to go into what I was saying, what that means is, with it being subsidized, is that means that literally they're using taxpayer money to make it more affordable, which means it's not sustainable.
Well, it's to keep farmers in business actually producing it.
Exactly, because if it were just a market on its own, it would completely fall flat.
There's some things I would cut, like the dairy industry. We've overproduced milk so much, and it's unnecessary. That we had so much at one point, we'd made a cheese cave. Literally, we turned all the milk in the cheese and stored it in a cave.
But then you don't want to kill the cows. But if you stop milking them, they all die anyway.
No, you'd phase them out. You just stop having them have calves.
Yeah, yes, that's what most vegans believe, because a lot of meat eaters will say, well, then these animals wouldn't even be alive. Like, it's not true that they're just all of us. Like, of course, obviously, you're going to have to convince people, and then slowly demand would go away, and then they would stop breeding the animals into existence.
Yep.
But, of course, that requires changing people's minds, which is almost impossible.
And a lot of lentils.
Well, the one thing I would agree on is that meat. I do agree that the meat industry is unethical, and it's basically supported by anybody who eats. The majority of people who eat meat support the meat industry.
What happens if you have a bad season, like drought comes through and wipes out your whole?
But you're not talking about the meat industry specifically. You're talking about eating meat. Right now,
the Midwest is they're calling it the Dust Bowl 2.0. We're in such a severe drought, and with the super El Nino coming through, we're gonna cook here this week.
Now that's very possible.
Here tomorrow.
Yes, that's definitely a concern, but, and this is something that I always bring up, a vast majority of even our plants, which you've even cited the exact percentage, is used to feed livestock, which we 70%. Then kill. So that would affect all of that. It affects everything, not just if you're a plant.
You'll like this. I have some good news. This week, here yesterday and today, our production numbers got cut down from around 85,000 to 56,000 yesterday and 45,000 today. Chickens and turkeys killed because of the heat. They'll die literally on the trucks on the way to the plant because it's so hot.
Oh yeah, I've seen about that. Both the hot and the cold that happens.
Yep.
I did some little bit of research on that with the documentary.
And the Jews can't have them die before they give them a prayer.
That's just so wrong.
Well, you gotta send them off right. You can't just.
That's what bothers me about it, is that so we've got meat eaters, and there's a lot of you, so I mean, it is
A
what
lot
it is.
of the majority of us eat meat.
Yeah, exactly. But at least most of them like just acknowledge what they do, and they're like, okay, but I'm fine with it or whatever. What bothers me about the specific, like the Jewish and the Muslim communities, is that they pass off the entire thing about kosher and shit was originally supposed to be about being ethical. And it's objectively less ethical than even just the normal modern.
Again, that's their moral standards, though, and that's when you start getting into morality, it gets fucking dicey.
But no, because
told all animals
even
are
with
made
their
for them.
own moral standards, it is worse.
Well, no, otherwise it wouldn't be kosher. So it's according to their own moral standards.
Or halal.
No, it's about commandments, which has nothing to do with their personal.
That is their morality.
It's what they say is their morality. But
that is their moral standard. Yes, that's what they believe is moral.
Well, no, because you believe, like, let's say that I was a Christian. That
doesn't mean it is. I'm just saying that's what they think.
But I know, but that doesn't mean that they believe every single thing. In fact, no one does that. Everyone cherry picks.
Well, I think a lot of them think that if they do that they're morally correct in some way.
Now that I agree with, but the problem is that they're consciously saying something and they're subconsciously not. That's the issue.
I don't know if they're I think a lot of them, their conscience doesn't bother them because they think that they've done something good.
But that's the point, is that's why you consciously use mental gymnastics to try to defend something that is otherwise considered wrong.
Well, to them, it's not gymnastics. It's just that's the right thing to do because that's what they were told.
To them,
people are detached from it.
Yeah, there's no dissonance because there is no gymnastics. That's what they think is correct.
No,
there's
no. If you're aware that your brain is capable of having something that has like two conflicting views.
Correct. That's where the dissonance comes in.
And yes, and your brain can convince you personally that it's okay. But what that means is you're just wrong, that your brain tricked you in order to take whatever side you chose in it. But that doesn't
if they were feeling dissonance, they'd feel some sense of discomfort or unease or confliction. They're not.
Do. No,
that would be more like double think. Like what you're describing is more like double think rather than dissonance.
The dissonance occurs before they change their mind. The mental gymnastics is what got them to change their mind. It's still caused by dissonance.
I don't think that they think they're wrong. That's where I don't think that there's any confliction going on there. I think that they think they're doing something right.
The affliction, the confliction is what caused them to use the mental gymnastics to choose what they chose in the first place.
Yeah, but so you're calling mental gymnastics. That's just what they believe.
But we can actually measure this. We have.
What are we measuring exactly?
Like when it comes to meat eaters and cognitive dissonance, which is one of the most, it's like there's insane number of case studies.
Yeah, but I don't feel any discomfort eating meat.
Because you've already went through the process of using mental gymnastics.
I never did. I never felt any confliction eating meat.
Have you ever killed your food? Like, have you ever skinned it or had to kill it? Or
no, I haven't.
I grew up where that was the norm. Like my grandmother took me out as like a 6-year-old, 7-year-old, grab some chickens, throw them over a log, and chop their heads off, and then we go.
And even if I did, I'm not necessarily convinced I'd feel conflicted in any way.
It makes you have a feeling. It does.
You might even have some newfound appreciation for it, whatever.
So I'll take back part of what I said. So I sort of went like umbrella everyone, and I shouldn't have done that. Research shows that a vast majority of people have cognitive dissonance that are meat eaters. However, that doesn't mean that you specifically.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. Most people that I know or probably would even speak to, I don't think they've ever felt wrong about eating meat. I think
hold on. If you have cognitive dissonance and it ends with you using mental gymnastics to make it to where you don't feel that cognitive dissonance anymore, by definition, you're not going to be aware of it.
Yeah, but if there ever was any dissonance, they would have felt some unease about it at some point, and I don't think a lot of people do. I don't think a lot of people ever cared about eating. They grew up eating chicken nuggets at McDonald's, and they never cared.
The very fact that meat eaters in general, not you specifically, hate vegans is evidence of cognitive dissonance.
Hating vegans.
The reason why most people hate vegans is
who hates vegans?
Most people.
Hate?
It's a glaring reminder of their.
They might find them sanctimonious, maybe even delusional, but hate?
Yeah, I would
maybe
never hate a vegan.
hatred's a strong word, but there
Like
is
PETA,
a very
I can't stand
common
PETA.
dislike.
Fuck them.
Well, yeah, no, I think a lot of people find vegans to be
But
sanctimonious.
Yes, but that's not why. The reason why is because it's like getting punched in the face with your own immorality. It's being reminded.
No, I think that I think they find them to be. I would say the criticism is that they find them to be sanctimonious or judgmental towards other people. And
all people are. All people are.
Right, but they're saying what you're doing is evil and what I'm doing is correct. And again, it always comes down to.
And the funny thing is, most people agree with vegans according to the data.
But you are like a moral arbiter.
Well, I'm not sure in what sense you mean by that, because I don't think most people have any problem eating meat. I don't think most people have no compunction eating chicken nuggets from like when they're fucking 5 years old to like the rest of their life.
But I've been over this. It's because cognitive dissonance can be measured, and it has been measured. And if they did not give a shit and didn't have any problems, they would have no cognitive dissonance.
Right, and I'm saying I don't think a lot of people ever did feel any discomfort about eating meat ever in their life.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. If you go back to when people mostly lived on farms, had they kill their own food, went hunting more. Like, have you ever skinned a deer? Like, actually killed it, looked into the eyes of a dead animal, and actually skinned it, chopped its head off, and everything?
I couldn't do it.
A lot of people haven't finished.
I mean, I wouldn't want to, but I mean, I wouldn't want to. I'll put it this way: I might stick to most. Like, if I had to do that, I might stick to like eating vegetables and stuff. Like,
yeah,
because I wouldn't want to.
Well,
but that's the thing. People. That's the thing. Separating.
Right, but just because I personally wouldn't want to doesn't mean I think it's evil. It means that I wouldn't want to do that because.
But that there's no such thing as something weird. That's just I just wouldn't want to do it. There's a reason. Why
no. If you find it, there's a sense of discomfort, not because you think it's evil, but because you don't like it. You don't want to do that.
Exactly.
But I think that's
it's gruesome.
I think that's what you tell yourself, but you know that it's
no. I don't think it's evil. Just like I don't think it's evil for an animal to eat another animal. I don't think it's necessarily evil for a human to eat an animal. I know. I know what you're saying. I don't think it's evil for a human to eat an animal. Does that mean I want to kill it myself? No.
I mean, your cats won't think twice about eating you. Like if you die, your cats.
No, right, but he's saying that they have a different understanding of what's right and wrong, and I would agree with him about that.
There is no argument that.
Right, no.
They obliterated.
Right, but the fact that they're doing it at all, you could.
So cats are obligate carnivores. They cannot survive without meat. They have to, or they die. We are not.
Right, but the fact that we can survive eating both.
Well, that's because we're survivalists. Like humans are all about like survival of like all kinds of conditions.
I'm just saying we can be.
That's why I have I'm an actual vegan in the definition of trying to reduce unnecessary harm, which means there are places in the world, not in the United States, there are places in the world where due to the conditions, they simply don't have access to affordable like plant food. And they have to eat meat or they're going to die. And I see absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's the same as the cats in that sense. But most people don't have that excuse.
I just don't see anything wrong with eating meat at all. Like, honestly, like I don't. Like,
it's for morally speaking, they should just.
And I don't think it's definitely not due to any dissonance because I never felt any discomfort eating meat.
Like there has to be standards. Like you can't be cruel to the animals. You can't have them like we got rid of gestation stalls.
I don't agree with being cruel to them.
Well, so this is the thing, and I like how Ed Winters deals with this. He does it really well, but and I can't do it as well. But what you're doing is you're trying to take something objectively worse, which is death, and use pain as like a fallback to go. Well, that we're alleviating suffering because at least they're not going through pain. When if you were to take yourself, and that's how empathy works.
I think it's okay to kill it and eat it. Now, if you were just killing it just to kill it for no reason, I would say that's wrong.
So
I'd say it's okay to kill it because you are eating it.
So let's put humans in that place.
Yeah, but again, the reason why that would be wrong to do to other humans is for the exact same reason why you just said. We understand right and wrong differently than they do.
No. Whether or not
get like an AI video that made up where like humans are kept as cattle.
No.
and there's
Cannibalizing other
slaughterhouse,
humans?
But it
What,
has like animals doing all the slaughtering or something.
wasn't that already like that was already a book, I think.
Oh, was it?
I would probably
Animal
enjoy
Farm.
that. I honestly get a lot of glee when a hunter gets killed by a buffalo or something. I'm like
The
so
thing is,
fucking happy.
if veganism is like one of these objective morality types, and yet in places where you have no vegetation and stuff, so they have to eat animals.
Yeah.
Surely, morally speaking, those people should just let themselves die.
No, and in fact, I covered
Why not?
that. Well, obviously because
They're allowed to be immoral now.
No,
I'm just
because
saying
it's not
whether
the
it's-
same. That's a very terrible argument because
I think
they literally have to, or they
Yes.
die.
Yes.
Like you
I'm
can't
just-
compare that to a person who has the option, like a personal choice of like, I like the taste of meat. That's
It's
just not a-
morality.
I'm just saying, if we're saying right or wrong, like it doesn't violate my
Yeah.
conscience. I don't think
It's-
it violates a lot. I think the majority of meat eaters, it does not
about
violate their conscience.
survival.
It never did.
research
eat
shows
meat.
otherwise.
I don't necessarily think it does. I don't agree. I don't believe it does.
I think you don't want to believe that it does.
No. I just don't actually believe that because I think most people. I don't know what type of research they're doing. Like, what is the exact details of such research? I don't know. Could you explain that to me?
I can look it up really quickly if you want me
So
to.
you don't know on hand?
Not right off the
Okay,
bat.
well, I'm very curious to know where they got that from.
But we have been moving away.
Because
from,
I can tell you could ask most meat eaters, and they're going to tell you they never thought it was wrong to eat meat in their life.
Of course, because that's how cognitive dissonance works.
Yeah,
No, that would be double think.
No, you are not aware. If your brain protects itself from cognitive dissonance by using mental gymnastics to convince you something that is wrong is right.
Yeah, but see, the fact that there's any dissonance means you feel uncomfortable about it.
But
That's
you're
the dissonant
never
part.
going to be aware of it. You will forget about it very quickly because that's how it works.
Cheeseburgers are rewards.
You'll never know.
You're taught as a kid, like going to McDonald's is a reward. Getting chicken nuggets, getting cheeseburgers, that makes you feel happy. You get a dopamine spike when you eat that shit.
Yes. But like, okay, every single time that I've had a defense in personal practice, it has usually hinged on like intelligence, and that means we're superior. That's not the reason, because why don't we like murder humans that are stupid?
Well, it's survival reasons. We just haven't adapted to a modern society. We're still going off of like industrial area of growth.
Okay, so
I could say it comes down to something very simple. It doesn't violate most people's conscience. Therefore, they don't believe it's wrong.
But it does.
But we're moving
I don't
away
agree
from
with
it.
that.
Like
I disagree.
Like we make.
I honestly don't believe it does, and I would like to see exactly the research that says otherwise, because I don't even know how you could research such a thing. To be honest.
Again, I wouldn't make the claim that every single human being.
No, I wouldn't make the claim that the majority of meat eaters. I would say
that we know for a fact. It's for certain because of how uncomfortable they get when presented with any of this. Like there's so much evidence to back this.
I mean, it doesn't make me uncomfortable. I simply don't agree. It doesn't make me uncomfortable.
Well, a lot of people are just ignorant to the whole process.
Well, okay, there's several. There's ignorance is one. Then there's people who are sociopaths, and that's
I don't think I'm either of those. So what others?
So
I'm just a hypocrite.
How do you defend? How do you defend it? Like, in what way?
Amazing.
And see, exactly, it's about taste. In other words, you're saying I don't.
No. Well, you're asking me or
doing.
him, because we might have different answers.
Well, you might, but just addressing what he said, that's what most people will say, and what that means is logically, what you're doing and what it's causing is less significant than not just your enjoyment, but 15 minutes of like.
Well, I wouldn't agree with that. That would mean that personal pleasure is above everything. I wouldn't agree with that.
But that's what you're doing, even if you don't acknowledge it. That's what you're doing.
No, what I'm saying is no, because I would say that wouldn't be correct in many other instances. So no. Although I do find meat to taste good, that's not the reason why I don't find it anything wrong with it. The reason I don't find anything wrong is because it doesn't violate my conscience, and it never did.
But that's very vague. Like you're not really answering the question. Like
it doesn't make me feel wrong for eating it. I don't think there's
know.
anything wrong with doing it.
Well, we know that, but
And I never
specifically,
did.
So,
So
like,
to
okay,
me, it's not wrong. I see, like,
you're reiterating what we already know, though. Like, we need specifics. Like, why specific? Like, you obviously, hopefully, can understand my point of view. In what way?
your
do
point of
you
view is that
believe?
there's evidence that says somehow contrary, but you don't know what that research is exactly.
Well, there's not just one. There's
Well,
hundreds.
surely you understood like the takeaway or the crux of it. What exactly? Like,
Well, yes,
when you say
in general, what they do is they measure people using just like their reactions, and then they even people will self-report how they feel when presented with these situations, and most people feel like shit because they're reminded that they're doing something that even they think is wrong.
They feel like shit when what? When they eat meat?
When they're presented with facts about what them eating meat is and what it does in the world, even if they're not aware of it.
That to me sounds vague. Like, present me with facts that's going to make me feel bad about it, because so far you haven't.
Well, maybe I can't, and not everybody has empathy at all. Like, and I'm not even trying to.
I'm not saying I have a lack of. No, I mean, you can't say it's because I lack empathy.
So, do you only have empathy for humans?
No. Otherwise, I would I would think it's okay to just treat animals any kind of way. I don't agree with that either.
So, what is the difference between the specific animals that you treat well and those that you eat?
Because even the ones that you eat should never be mistreated before you eat them. I don't agree with that.
Being murdered is literally the definition. It's the worst mistreatment you could possibly have. It's worse than anything you can imagine. Like,
I would say torture.
Worse.
I would argue that torturing something is probably worse than killing it.
Maybe torture, but there's no way out of.
Because I mean, you talk about
you're trying to, in some way,
prolonging
use
it.
mental gymnastics.
I would say causing something prolonged suffering. I would say is arguably worse than killing it.
Okay, that's a valid argument, but you can't make a serious logical point that murdering something that you don't have to murder.
I don't consider it murder.
Okay, it don't matter what you consider. It's the definition. It's murder, regardless of whether you like that or not. It's killing. Like you can't change a definition because you don't like how it fits in the context.
Let's see. Let's check the definition of murder real quick.
I'm gonna eat a chicken tender while you look that up.
Okay, murder is intentional, unlawful killing of a human being by another human being.
Okay, then we will drop murder and say kill.
Yeah, kill. Let's say kill, because I know you want to.
But look, you're avoiding with semantics. No.
I'm just saying. No. I'm just saying. No, because I know what you mean is.
It doesn't matter what you mean. Exactly. It doesn't matter how you say it. It's wrong.
Don't agree.
But okay.
I think it's okay to kill an animal. I don't think it's okay to make it suffer or prolong its suffering. I do not agree with abusing it.
Why don't?
Now, if you consider killing it abuse or suffering, you could make that argument, sure. But I mean, that means that they're doing that to each other all the time in nature. Which actually, you ever see a fucking lion kill something or a fucking predator kill prey? It's brutal as shit. We're doing is way fucking less brutal.
That's not an argument because
we don't have getting eaten alive.
I'm just telling you.
Pulled the head.
Yes, but that's not an argument because we don't have to do it to survive. We do it because we want to, due to personal enjoyment.
I don't see it as unnatural.
Some people do try. It's called eating cake, but it's not for me.
I just don't see it as unnatural.
It doesn't matter. There's literally something called the appeal to nature fallacy, and that's what that is.
I don't see it as doing anything wrong.
Back to monkey.
And if you were to appeal to nature, then we would literally be designed. We would have a shorter intestine. We would every single part of our body would be designed to eat meat, and it's the opposite.
Well, no, I'd say we're designed to consume both.
No, we're not. We're designed for plants, and we only consume meat because we're smart enough to learn how to cook and use tools. That's the only reason.
Yeah, but you couldn't give cooked meat to a fucking herbivore; it would die.
I don't know about that. I'm sure there's some that are like.
I'm just saying,
you can
there's
go
a
either
lot
way.
of things that strictly
they
eat
can do
plants,
that.
and they would die. They wouldn't be able to sustain themselves, even if you gave them cooked meat.
Well, but what could completely dismiss
You ever
this
hear of Mad
entire
Cow?
thing is, for humans, you can go your entire life without eating meat and be completely healthy.
That's true. You don't have to eat meat.
Which means it's personal pleasure. It's like you enjoy it, and that's it.
No,
And so
no, it's what's accessible. Like it's always been easy protein. for the
okay,
masses.
sorry. So well, we covered this before. In the United States, that's what it is. And by the way, that we hear a lot of myths like veganism's more expensive. No, it's not. It's actually 30% less for me personally. My grocery bill is way lower.
I'll say this. I don't think there's anything morally wrong with you being vegan in the same way I don't think there's anything morally wrong with eating meat. I don't think either one.
But I'm not murdering sentient beings, so that's not a fair comparison.
Well, again, we just discussed what murder is, but if you're talking about killing something, if you're talking about killing something, then yeah,
There's
you
a
could
lot of
say,
animals killed with the harvesting and
What
planting
is
and such.
not even close to the same amount. We've covered
No,
that
but
before
it's
as
still
well.
a lot.
True, but the whole idea of veganism is not to
Minimize.
You never exactly like that. It's a philosophy. It's not about like perfection. It's about giving a shit and trying. But
That's
like,
why I think they should invest their money in this 3D printed meat, basically. Because
I like the idea. I really like.
I don't
the
see
idea.
anything wrong with that. I mean,
it's meat,
I don't
but
either.
There's no morality tied to it. It's literally.
I don't see anything wrong with that. Even if it was like a comparable fucking substitute, I could even see replacing all meat with that. Whatever.
Exactly. Like you can just have a big giant warehouse.
Why not? But again,
chicken,
I still don't see anything wrong with eating meat.
So how do you explain the difference between like I assume that you're like if it's humane and you just murder them, kill them, then
I can tell you. See, I know you're very passionate about this. Like,
yes,
you're using the word murder.
I do use hyperbolic language, but I'm not saying anything
for effect.
True. But still, like if you were to use that same belief that like as long as it's humane and you take their life, if you want to be even more gentle about it, why don't you hold that exact? Why don't you use that same logic with animals that you love?
You mean like a pet or something?
Yes.
Well, when my goldfish died, the fillets wouldn't have been big enough, so I just gave them to the cat.
And that actually, and I'm not trying to attack you, that is the most common. People use humor to alleviate cognitive dissonance.
I've had
vegans are the Jainism of the culinary world.
Kind of, but I'm not so hardcore that I refuse to kill insects because, and a lot of people are like, well, that makes you a hypocrite. And honestly, no, because they're not comparable because they don't have.
Yeah, you put them on a spectrum.
They don't have the capacity to feel pain, not in the way that we understand it.
So that's all right.
Full Starship Troopers.
I wouldn't say that it's 100% all right, but it's not as bad, not even close.
Yeah, it's a spectrum.
Is it okay to eat a fish? Like, I mean, where do we draw the line here?
Well, I wouldn't say you can't anything, but I would say it's immoral.
To eat a fish?
In fact, when I first started, I was a pescatarian because I believed that fish were actually really stupid, and I was wrong about that.
Well, I think the reality is, can they feel pain or not? Like,
it's actually yes, and it's actually worse. It's actually worse when they are pulled out of like the water. They're literally being suffocated. It's like you getting choked to death. And it's not just you getting choked to death, but it's very painful.
Yeah, I don't give a shit how smart it is. If it's feeling pain, it's feeling pain. Like, it doesn't matter how
drowning.
That's the important thing. I bring up intelligence because a lot of people use that because this does.
Well, you did apparently. I guess.
Yes, and there's a reason for that. Because it's not just about intelligence itself. It's about the capacity.
It's about pain. Does it feel pain?
There's more than that. It's about the capacity for dread. The capacity to understand the possibility of your own death. And I
don't know if they fully understand like that. Like, I think they have survival instincts.
Fish don't, but
I think animals in general, they have survival instincts, but they don't contemplate death unless it's a survival situation.
Have you seen an elephant mourn?
No.
Yeah.
And I would
No, animals do more in other animals. They understand, but they don't contemplate their own death.
Exactly. And it's worth, there's an argument that could be had that they don't mourn in the way that we mourn, because it's literally instinctive. It's not actually them making a conscious choice to mourn.
I think they understand death on some level. They do. Like they know that when something was alive and now it's not alive. They understand that. They're not complex enough to contemplate their own morality while they're fucking their mortality while they're alive, though.
I don't think so. We don't know for sure, but I think you're probably right. I think you're probably right.
Watch an elephant
I've seen animals more in other animals, and it's not just an instinct. Like they're feeling emotion about it. Like
there's no way to tell, like without some sort of way to measure it. There's no way to tell the difference between visually seeing an instinctive response and them.
Dude, okay. Well, I know we're not arguing that animals don't feel emotions, though.
No, not at all.
They definitely feel like happy, sad, shit like that. Like they feel
absolutely. But that's a whole different argument. It's that, are they mourning just because they appear to be mourning?
They're sad. Like I would argue that they're sad.
Yes, but that's not what we mean when we describe it. We actually have more than just an intuitive sadness. We understand.
No, they're sad because something was alive and now it's dead. Same reason why we mourn.
Yes, but I don't know if I think that's humanizing to an extent.
I don't think so. I think that we want to dehumanize them in a way. Well, they're not human, but we want to.
We're reversing. It's almost like you're taking the vegan position, and I'm not.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm not. But I mean, I'm not going to sit there and shift around what I believe. I'm telling you both. Like, I think that they feel emotions, things we would consider complex emotions. Certain emotions they don't. I don't think they can feel certain emotions, or based on like the limited. They're not. They're limited in their ability to conceptualize.
I agree. I think it depends on the animal. Like if cows, for example, they definitely have the capacity for mourning, especially when their calves are taken from them.
Yeah, I know a lot of animals. They feel emotions, they feel sadness and stuff like that. Like they feel happy, they feel sad,
absolutely,
they feel pain. Like, yeah, those are real things, and a lot of the animals we eat feel those things too. I agree with that.
I agree. Yeah.
But does it mean it's wrong to kill it? I don't agree with that.
But if you believe that, then it will hold true across the entire spectrum.
Because they don't know that if they understood that you were going to kill them, they would feel a sense of dread about that. They don't understand shit until it's happening. So like that's why you're literally like they say, like an animal being led to slaughter.
It doesn't have to just be the death itself. It's what leads up to the death.
Well, I'm just saying,
enslaved.
If it's quick and they don't realize it's happening and it's already happened, then I don't see anything wrong with that. Like you did it.
Then you hold that exact same logical standard to dogs and cats and everything else, right?
Well, but if you were going to eat it, but there's no need, you're not eating it.
So
those aren't animals that you eat. Now you're going to ask, well, why do you eat pigs and cows and chickens and all that, but not dogs and cats?
The answer is it's arbitrary, because it's not about intelligence, because pigs are actually more.
No. It's because we consider we're placing more value on the pet.
It's arbitrary. It's due to social conventions over a long period of time. It's not due to like any logical reasoning.
We typically don't eat those kinds of things.
Exactly. That's what I just said. It's arbitrary. It's not based on any
now the reasons why we don't eat those kind of things, there's probably ancestral reasons for that. Like we eat
Asians make a nice curry out of 3 dogs.
Well, I'm just saying, I think the other ones make more sense in a utilitarian kind of a way to eat.
I don't think so. I think it's entirely arbitrary. It's just like we like
I don't think so.
We don't like these.
No. I think you're probably going to get more from like a fucking like a cow or something than you would from like a cat or a dog.
Now, it is true that you'll get more meat from it.
That's what I'm saying.
But we also eat chickens that have very little meat.
I mean, people eat all kinds of shit. Like people, but
everything's been selectively bred. So like modern day chickens, they're like triple the size of what a natural like chicken would be in the wild. Like
let's just say whatever. I mean, but people eat anything. They eat lobsters. They eat whatever. They eat all kinds of stuff. Shrimp are small. It's not the size of it.
Doing animal husbandry for thousands of years.
No, it's not the size of it. It's the type of animal that we consider right or wrong to eat.
Sheep.
To his point.
If we don't shear sheep, they will literally die because their wool will grow so thick and heavy that they'll just
But
die.
the question he's posing is, why do we see nothing wrong with eating what we eat, but not eating a pet or something?
Yes, and there'll be various answers. I've done this many times. I've even watched many videos with this. In the end, there will be no answer because there is no answer.
Well, because they weren't found as being neat. Like cats played a different role. Like cats were good for pest control, keeping granaries rat free, so that way they didn't have disease and stuff spreading. Dogs were good early warning systems. They provided other utility.
Yes, exactly. So it's all based on the belief. No, not utilitarianism in its full sense, but the utility.
Well, no, because then they would eat shrimp and other stuff.
Specifically,
well, that was banned.
What these animals can provide to humans. That's specious by its very definition.
Well, they're based on cultural norms and psychological boundary lines. Like,
yes,
we create
human
meat versus pet categories. Like,
but we have absolutely no right to dictate like other.
But if you ask yourself why, no, there's a reason why the ones that we eat for meat is more common than the other than the ones for pets.
Yes, absolutely. I know
utilitarian. There's utilitarian reasons why.
Yes, but
that's dogs and cats were domesticated for partners. They were domesticated for different reasons.
You're right, but that's not what I was getting at.
You're saying why is one morally correct over the other?
Because they're not. There is no difference substantial. It's only based on historically.
And that's where I broke it down into. That's when I basically got down to the point where if does it violate your conscience? And it doesn't. Doesn't violate my conscience.
Yeah, I know, but that's just an easy escape hatch because it's very vague. That doesn't.
No, it's like literally, I feel nothing wrong with doing this.
I know, but let's just for. I'm not saying this is exactly the same, but let's swap it and say you had an argument with me, or a disagreement, or even a conversation with me, and I liked murdering people, and I could.
People is different now, and we already discussed why that's different.
No, they're not.
We discussed already why it's different.
Yeah, but no, I pointed out that humans have the capacity for morality, which means we have.
Which would make it wrong to kill a human more than an animal, right?
Okay, then let's change it to dogs then.
Okay, that's fair.
And I was going around killing dogs or whatever, and you were like, "That's wrong. I can't believe you're doing it." And I was
like, you eating them?
Well, it's humane, and I'm going to eat them afterward.
You are eating them?
Yes, and if
where are you sourcing these dogs?
I could literally.
Are you taking people's pets and eating them? Like, I need context.
This isn't relevant to the morality of my question.
I know.
Yeah, he doesn't.
The context actually is very relevant. Like,
well, not really, because the important thing to get at is that there's no distinction. It's arbitrary. It's bullshit. It's all just made up.
Relevant.
I think I mean, if you're stealing somebody else's stuff, like, I think that matters. Like it's like in China, those dog festivals, like they steal people's pets.
I'm not saying it doesn't matter. I'm saying it's changing the goalpost. Now you're talking about whether stealing's wrong when that has nothing to do with what I'm just
saying. Like, what you're saying, just eating the animal.
It has nothing to do with the morality of choosing one animal over another.
Okay, if you were killing wild dogs to survive and eat them, I would say you're not doing anything wrong.
Okay, so that's you. What do you think a vast majority of people would say?
They probably think the same. Meat eaters would probably think the exact same thing.
Absolutely not. They would think that it's absolutely horrendous. In fact,
if you needed to do it to survive, why is that horrendous?
No, no.
We don't need to.
Now you're making shit up. We don't need meat to survive, and I don't need to kill dogs to survive. So that's not true. It's just fallacious.
It's like trophy hunting, isn't
it? It's because I personally like the taste of dogs.
Dog meat.
And that's no different than anything else we do.
Dog meat's my favorite.
Yeah.
In any case, I've gone way too fucking long, and like you got me passionate because
I know
the moment you get into veganism, I get locked in. I can't help it.
And he can't stand up right now because he got rigor mortis going on.
I've got I've got a boner going too.
That's what I mean. You got rigor mortis in your pants.
So I know I got a little bit hardcore. So I apologize if I.
No, it's cool. If you're passionate about what you believe in, like, you know.
Yeah. But
don't shy away from that.
we can agree to disagree. It's all good. And I've really got to learn to be more like Ed Winters anyway, because he is very good at getting people to change their mind. I'm not, because I make people defensive because I get kind of pissed.
I'm just
invite you to my next
I didn't feel
barbecue.
defensive. I just literally don't. And maybe it sounds fucked up. I just don't like. I don't feel any sense of conflict at all about it.
For you personally, I believe you, but I definitely don't think you represent most people.
Maybe that's true.
I don't like
but
people
I
like Mark,
would
so I don't
honestly
partake.
say a lot. I think I would honestly believe the majority of meat eaters don't see anything wrong with what they're doing, or they probably wouldn't eat meat.
I think the problem is they go down to Walmart or whatever the big supermarket is, and they get the chicken all pre-wrapped. The turkey, it's all
so yes. What that is?
You don't know where it came from.
What you're describing is ignorance. So you can say that they're really not evil if they're not even aware of the entire system. And by the way, the whole thing is set up this way. There's a reason why we don't call beef cow. We call it beef because it subconsciously separates an animal from the end product. Yes, it dissociates it in your mind. That way there's no guilt. That's the reason why we do that.
Well, we call it meat. No, but
yes,
yeah.
But there's a very specific reason
but I
why.
can't food a food.
No, we separate meat from like vegetable, grain, that kind of shit. Like, you know.
Yes,
meat.
but we don't call like corn a specific random other word whenever it's pulled up, and the reason why
they just consider produce, meat, like anything.
Exactly, but there's a very specific reason why meat has a second word for it, to separate the act from the animal.
They will separate like a fruit from a vegetable. Those are different types of produce, like, but they're both under produce. Just like you'd separate like pork from poultry. Those are different kinds of meat. So they do. Like they have their own categories.
No, the point I meant was not pork and poultry are two of the exact same. What I meant is chicken or poultry, or pork and pig. They're literally the exact same thing. We only
those are kinds of meat. Yeah,
we only use the meat definition to dissociate from the animal.
Well, yeah, because you're dealing with something that's like alive, like.
Exactly, and it makes you feel better if you don't have to associate the death.
I think it came from language, actually. Like, it's the dead one word was for the dead version of it, and the other one's for the live.
Right,
that may be true.
That's what I'm saying. There are distinctions between something that's alive and not. Like, you wouldn't call a walking cow. You wouldn't call that fucking.
Yes, but generally speaking, we don't kill something and then give it a different name just because it's dead. We don't do that with anything else except for what we eat.
Well, yeah, because you're eating it.
Exactly.
That's what it's called, like
deer venison.
No, it's not just because you're eating it. It's far more likely that it's to alleviate cognitive dissonance because there's guilt associated with the animal in question.
I'm not necessarily so sure because we all know what it is. We know beef is a cow. We know that.
But there's system 1 thinking and system 2 thinking. System 2 thinking is deep, complex thought. System 1 thinking is intuitive. Intuitively, yes, like you don't have to always access that in your brain. So yes, everyone knows that beef comes from a cow, but we don't want to be constantly reminded that it's from a cow. It's like we don't want to intuitively get kicked right in our face.
Like venison from a deer or veal.
Yes.
Veal is a classic example.
Dude, honestly,
veal is the worst because it's like trying to like make good like murdering.
But it tastes so good.
Yeah,
it does taste good.
That right there is like there's other arguments that I'll like be like kind of.
That wasn't an argument. That was just a statement.
I know, but that one right there is like pure evil. That's like a fucking baby animal.
Dude, if you have had veal liver, man, you would understand.
Hey, listen. Veal is good, right? Tastes good. Is it okay to like fucking chain it up and see that's where it gets into weird territory? Yeah. Like,
but there's no way to mass produce enough meat for demand without doing that. There's no way.
Oh no, that's why the meat industry is like barbaric as fuck. Like the way it does it, like I mean,
It makes you
nature
kind of
and the fucked
sociopath.
up thing is it's still like pretty fucking clean compared to what nature's doing every day, which is even crazier when you think about it. Like, not that makes it okay, because
I agree with that, but again, that has no.
I
bearing on
understand.
anything.
I'm just saying, like,
No
think
bearing.
about how no. Now we're getting into how fucked up
I get to be
reality
the one
actually
here
is.
that actually works in an animal processing plant where literally we bring in live animals and at the end I put them in a bag.
I mean, literally, like
I couldn't do
we
it.
live in a reality where shit eats other things to live, and that's fucking crazy as shit when you think about it.
It is.
Everything eats something else and then dies and becomes dirt.
So it's like, yeah, do I fucking feel bad about it, knowing that that's how that's actually the world, the way the fuck it is? No,
but it's not. It's not. It's arbitrary. It's a choice. It's not a need. It's not a
I understand.
necessity.
We don't need
it will change.
to. To your point, we do not need to eat meat. Now, I do think that you can definitely have nutrient deficits if you're doing veganism the wrong way.
That is true, and that's why I say.
And a lot of people do it the wrong way.
Yes, and a lot of people get hardcore anti-vegan by not doing the research, going vegan, and thinking that, like, I will say this: eating meat,
8 billion of
eating meat is the easiest way to get your nutrients. You don't have to really think about too much. However, you can be just as healthy, if not more healthy, on a vegan diet, but you can't just be lazy. You have to actually worry about what you're eating and how much of certain items to get, etc.
That's what I'm saying, and and that's kind of a luxury that people didn't always have. So what you're talking about is a fairly modern concept, really. When
I agree with that. I 100%.
In the scheme of things, especially as long as people have been around, what you're talking about is very modern, and it's something that a lot of people never had the luxury of and still don't. So it's like, I understand you're saying in a systematic way you might consider it evil. And in a way, I could say, yes, the meat industry is very fucked up. But eating meat itself, me personally, that in of itself, I do not find evil.
I think the only way you could escape it is to literally eat like roadkill or something, because you didn't have to kill something in order to get that. But
you could take something else's kill and just let it go hunt something else.
I would actually agree with that. I would see absolutely no ethical dilemma there.
I've killed.
Well, I don't know. I don't know, because then you're taking the kill of the animal that's literally a carnivore that cannot survive without that meat.
You'll find something else.
It's complicated. I don't know, but
that's what I'm saying, dude. You want to start getting into moral gray areas and shit. The reality is, I feel nothing wrong with eating meat. The crazy thing is, I think a lot of people don't. I think the majority. I would say the majority of meat eaters never saw anything wrong with eating meat.
Americans, like 7% of Americans are overweight or obese. They can't think of nothing more than the next time they're going to go to the McDonald's.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna stick by that. I think the majority of meat eaters never saw anything wrong with it, and I'm talking worldwide, not even just in the West. And I'm talking throughout the ages, not even now.
You're very defensive of this.
I believe that you believe that.
And I believe you believe what you're saying.
All right. Well, we will have to close this one out at another time. I've got to go. I'll let you guys know in a post when I'll be available next week. Thank you for coming. And
good stream. Good engaging topics.
Yeah, it was fun.
Not yet, Mama Dingo, but soon maybe we'll have.
See you guys.
Later.
All right then.